Okay, hi. In case you're wondering what we're reading, we are reading this article. We are reading two articles today. We are reading this. The article literally is titled, I will fucking pile drive you if you mention AI again. And the other article we're going to be reading is the one that is directly related to this, called Breaking My University's Machine Learning Competition. Both made by a weirdo on Y Combinator with a blog. And I'm fascinated. Seems to be legit. Seems to be legit. Someone actually in the field. Appreciated, Zumba. Yeah, Thunder Biome. I am slightly late to the party. Slightly. By the way, hope you don't mind I've been starting, doing the pre-stream a couple minutes early. I figure it's nice to let people file in. It's nice when people arrive and the stream is already started, you know? Hey, Rev. I'm doing better. I'm recovering after getting gaslit by you. I am recovering. I will be okay. I feel like it's been a while since I've been gaslit this hard. It was a journey. Also, the idea of doing stencils for merch is a really great idea. I think it's fantastic. Why did you never do it down the rabbit hole on Wondrous Mr. Bear? The timing on it was perfect, Rev. The way that you had the most unbelievable element at the very end that was just shocking enough that you don't think about how ridiculous it is. Because one thing that occurred to me, like, right as that was happening, right? Like, of course I'm inclined to believe you, so when you start talking about it, I was like, wait a minute. So the other dude who was in the MCN got his ass beat by a 50-something-year-old dude. That was incredible. Like, what's that? I imagine you considered this. It's like, it was like the biggest clue, right? Like, I get the feeling you left clues that this wasn't real. And then you push past him anyway. Because, like, okay, I'm following. I'm following the story. That was amazing, Rev. I hope you're feeling cooler down below. You forgot the emote. Oh, you forgot a detail. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Did someone gigantify an emote before stream started? That was incredible, Rev. That was the gaslight of all time.
I made it. Woo.
Hey, Gabby. Thanks for the 9 months. Congratulations on your birthing. What are you going to do with your placenta? Yeah, I can see which emote you did, Avery. I saw the data. Was it a look, I know that people misuse the word gaslight, and like it has a general use now. Guess what I didn't do? Calibrate my VTuber. Not that it matters. Not yet. But Rev, I am loving Dwarf Fortress. Like, I am enjoying Dwarf Fortress so much. I feel like it's a game I can approach from so many different angles. I'm still learning everything. I'm still learning the basics, but I am enjoying it thoroughly. And I am addicted. How's that? It's going pretty well, I can say. The only thing that's making people unhappy right now is that they cannot worship. I'm working on making a temple. Bridges OP. Yeah, I get the feeling that choke points are going to be very important in combat. The game's patch notes. I remember chat was telling me about how there was a period of time when mounts were introduced and babies would ride their mothers as mounts, but because the babies had no survival instincts, they would like ride them off of ledges or just ride them until they died. And that happened. Boy, that was a hell of a thing, it sounds like. There. Don't mind me setting things up. Oops. Has anyone else been getting a lot of buffers on Twitch lately? I feel like I have. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Missing one thing. Boop. There we go. Hello. Hello, Papa. How are you all doing? Oh, Cozy Rosie. I forgot to pre-pet. Damn it. Okay, actually, it's not causing too many problems. Hello. I gotta say, actually having the compressor on now is nice. I don't have to worry so much about, like, regulating my volume. I can be as loud or as quiet as I like. And, it makes streaming comfier. I'm doing things that are making streaming comfier for me. By the way, thanks to everyone who hung out for the Murky Diver stream last night. Having only 3 people for Murky Divers, I think, makes the experience significantly more difficult. It was very funny how people were attributing the things I was doing to the fact that I was, like, drinking sake. I'm gonna let you in on a secret. I drank, like, hardly anything last night. I barely drank. That was just me. Punching the health fart box was one hell of a thing. Murky Divers is actually pretty fun. I was liking it. It's a good lethal like. Yeah, that stream was madness. It was fun. No, I did shit-faced. I like to be in control of my faculties when I am streaming. So, you are unlikely to get a shit-faced... I don't like drinking in general, but drinking on stream is like an even rarer mood. That's not going to happen. That I can't imagine that really happening. Drunk Fred is sober Mike. I was not even... you guys, I was so far from drunk. I wasn't even feeling it. I actually... I do have a little pitcher for sake that a friend gave me a long time ago. And that thing was not even half full. Like, it's not big. It's not even a big one, right? It was not even half full. Despite being so light, I can hold my drink pretty well, and I was not feeling that. That was just raw. That was just me. I hate to say it. Everything you're attributing to the alcohol was just me. You got picked up by Kotaku once because you did a stream drinking while playing a horse... Wait a minute. I remember this horse racing game. I feel like. Jai. I'm going to be biking, sweating, and playing Final Fantasy XIV while you talk about pile driving. God, I want a giant lioness who would pile drive me. I'm using mind-reading AI to reply to this right now, by the way. God, my whole itches. I can hear that in your voice. God, my whole itches. Jai, how are you so powerful? I'm pinning this. There. Jai, I want you on stream again. I want to bring you on again. Thanks for the input. It would be wonderful to have you on. I'm bringing a lot more people on. What are you doing next week? This weekend is pretty full. Actually, I hate to do this to you guys, but I'm canceling stream on Sunday because I totally forgot. We're doing Norfolk Wizard game. Speaking of, guess what? The first episode of Norfolk Wizard game is getting its visuals in 2 days. On the 22nd, this Saturday. Check it out. The waiting room is up. The first one is going to be Bill's Awakening. It's up. Look, see? There it is. We're going to be doing everyone's awakening in pretty quick succession. Working both a few days open. Gotcha, Chai. Okay, let's chat. Gonna bike and listen. Okay, cool. I believe you. Yeah, Bill's Awakening is good. We're going to have visuals for everyone's awakenings, and we're going to be going episode by episode. I will let you all know when the awakening that I did is on the docket. Hey, Clown Pubes. Yeah, let me give you the link if you want to hang out in the waiting room. There are already like 92 comments, I think it was, when I last checked. Are there going to be transcripts? There should be closed captions. They usually have closed captions. To my memory. This is nice music. I like smooth jazz. I know that it's kind of a cliche at this point, but I like music that you'd hear at a cocktail party. Like, it's comfy. It's nice. You like jazz? I feel like as I get older, I'm appreciating jazz in general more. I don't know what it is. I think it's because music was so associated with my identity for so long, and jazz was very much not a part of the identity I was trying to make, but now that I've let go of that, I can appreciate it more for what it is and just enjoy it. Japanese jazz fusion, damn. Snarky puppy, gotcha. Unsubscribing, screaming, throwing up, canceling my Toontown sub. Aren't there... Wait, did they officially relaunch Toontown? I never played it. I never played anything with a subscription. I had a very small... allowance. And there was no way I was going to spend it on a recurring subscription for a game. No way. It was going to be most of my allowance. Mike's mods play. There's fan run servers. Okay. Rewritten. Okay, so I was wondering if they had officially relaunched it. I wasn't sure. The corporate scum. Yeah. Everyone remember to take their meds. Did you? Chat? I saw that Habbo Hotel is back. I knew that Habbo Hotel was back exclusively because Mari Mari was talking about how she's going to go back on and try to get foot sex. Like, I showed up in her chat at one point, and she's like, "Hey Fred, do you want to hop on Habbo Hotel with me and like try to have foot sex with random people?" And I'm like, "What? No. What are you talking about?" Mari Mari had no riz. She could not for the life of her get someone to like have foot sex with her. I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know if that's like rubbing feet together or foot job. It's a lot. Oh, Mary's gonna play Habbo Hotel. I don't have any... Man, I just missed most of the boats in terms of online chat spaces and games. Ask permission from the... Snooping, that is so powerful. Do they still instantly ban people for making the Afro suit character? That's probably wise on their part. Pool's closed. God Christ. It didn't really work anymore when they got rid of collision. I'm sure that people have already tried to reenact Pools closed. I'm certain of it. Hey. Yeah, I bet that there is. You know what? We can check this. Habbo Hotel ban percent. Not seeing anything. Nope. Nope, nothing. Wow. I'm actually surprised. They have. I saw a pic and that's how I found it. Oh. There is a ban percent? Yeah, Umpuko. Habbo Hotel also had gambling halls. It's a really good example of early internet spaces becoming capitalist hellscapes. which was a shockingly common trend, right? Gaia Online did it. Like, didn't Gaia's economy crash, right? Like, Gaia Gold effectively became worthless. Because inflation increased so much. And then EVE Online obviously was designed as such. Habbo Hotel is the worst case of it, where people set up their own casinos. So, like, with people gambling and it effectively turning into a pyramid scheme, where people would run it and get money depending on how long they were in it. Is a lot. Good to see you, Ompuko. I saw your criticism of the hyper-realistic game that is clearly trying to capitalize on the the game Body Cam, which was a rip-off of a game that's in development, and charging $33. Yeah, Chad. Without limitations, capitalist hellscapes always end up appearing in online spaces. And it's a little bit different. People won't really fight to change it because you know what people do in an online space when they decide they don't like it? They leave. So you only, as I have said, if you foster a community of sheep and wolves, you will end up with a community of wolves. Because everyone else who doesn't want to deal with the wolves is just going, well, I mean, you know, theoretically they get eaten in this example, but the equivalent online is the people who don't want to deal with the wolves leave. It's why places that are completely unmoderated end up regressing. It's why places like 4chan are the way they are. Yeah, I left Neopets pretty early on. I was not very good at getting Neo points. Pretty bad about that. But yeah, you have to police a space. If you not policing a space is making a choice. It is a choice unto itself. It got bought. Okay, yeah, Rev, I talked about that in my video about Neopets. How it didn't get bought by Scientology. It got bought by a Scientologist who was exploring ways to include Scientology, but the original owners still had a significant amount of control over how the site was run, and they vetoed that immediately. It was on the table of the owner, but it never got within spitting distance of happening. There we go. Needed to recalibrate for a moment. But yeah, I was talking about this recently. Who was I talking about this with? I was talking about this with a friend who like is from the opposite coast and was in town. But the problem with setting up a new space, like a new competing video service or a new social media platform, is that inevitably the initial population of that place is going to be people who have been banned from the existing platforms, or people who want to talk about things that are banned on existing platforms. So inevitably, whenever a new social media or video sharing website comes up, it is immediately populated with the most insufferable people you can imagine. It's why Kick is so bad. It's why it's why Kick has such bad vibes. All the streamers who can't stream or stream the things they want on Twitch are there. Vote very much was that way. I don't know if it's still around. I imagine it's dead now. Unless it really leaned in. But it's why I'm careful with my stream, right? because I'm not ready to let that take over. I like you guys. I like this stream's vibes. Do you see the stuff going on with Kick? I saw something going on with a streamer on it, but I haven't seen anything about the platform itself. Regale me, Rev. Can I trust you with this? Vote died in a fire. Okay, that's probably for the best. Not that Reddit is any more functional. The only way to use Reddit now is to find a niche subreddit and stay there. It's bad. It is astroturfed to hell. You would not believe how astroturfed Reddit is nowadays.
I saw this happen in real time. One of my friends who left Wardens to go Collie started his own regiment and didn't care about moderation. Less than a week in, I pulled him aside and asked if he cared about this group surviving, because if he did, he'd need to lay down some rules and actually grab tea.
Grab the reins, yeah.
This stream is always a highlight of my afternoons at work. It's great fun and I love this community.
I'm so glad. I'm glad that this stream can help people get through the workday. It's nice. I'm glad that I get to do it. I will say it comes with its own challenges. Ow. Back cramp. It comes with its own challenges. Come on. But it's a rewarding. It is very rewarding. And I like it. Hey, Denchi. Yeah, Denchi helps make this possible with VTube Studio. Bless you. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Ender. I cannot imagine that went very well. Paying disabled people less, offering people cancer less to join because they were going to die soon. Okay, that's... I believe this. Hey, Kaz, how you doing? Can't moderate these on the cusp people. I'm supposed to be the entertaining good vibe streamer who isn't strict and fast forward to, man, my community scares me. Yes. Oh, shit. Kaz, we didn't do the thing. We have some boring financial stuff we have to do. We need to do that. I mean, it's not, like, imminently important because, like, we have, like, a month to do it. But, you know. Okay. Let me think. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not doing anything. This evening should be clear. Yes. Okay. Yeah, just hit me up, Kaz. Message me on Discord after you wake up and we'll do it. I ended up getting pulled into Murky Divers with Mike last night, so no worries. Alman Avedi. No. Reducing like intermediary cuts. That's all. Nothing untoward. It's nothing untoward. It's boring. It's toxic positivity is a problem. I feel like people use the term toxic positivity in different ways. I feel very fortunate that I don't have any toxically positive people around. I feel like there are people who... I definitely have been worried, like when I met someone, that it's like, oh, is this a toxic positive person? And then, you know, they end up not being that way. Mango's a really good example of someone who is like wonderfully positive, but also down to earth, right? Isn't toxically positive. He's just very sweet and positive, right? In a genuine way. I like Mango is just good vibes. all positive interaction is toxic, and I will tell you so to your face. Yeah, I mean, things aren't always going well, but we move on in spite of it. What is toxic positivity? Toxic positivity is enforced positivity, right? Like, hey, you like if you are feeling bad, don't feel bad, and then that's the end of it. Don't. Just don't. Oh, spider. I don't know. That sounds like they were struggling. Also, grizzly boar. Thank you. Eh. Oh, there was a little bit of a bug with the cheek puffs. Ah. Can you stop feeling bad? You're cramping my style. Yeah, depression is a state of mind. Go outside. Bitch. Endorphin production not working. Not working. This is the problem. Like the things that are supposed to produce endorphins are not making endorphins. I don't know what to tell you. Ominous positivity. You will be better. It's inevitable. Okay, that's good. Don't harsh the vibes taken to an extreme. Yeah, that can happen. I think that MySpace is like, okay, not MySpace as in the website. My streaming space is ominous enough that toxic positivity has no foothold. It's just regular positivity. Oh, take it easy, Rev. All right, yeah, go, go, go. Go get your meds. Glad that you're remembering that. Just...
Alexa, play the album Mandatory Fun by Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah, poor Rev. Still overeating. Poor boy. Tom popping up and being like, wait, aren't you that rabbit hole dude? Oh my god. It has all the energy of... toxic positivity has the energy of, see, if I was playing, I would just win. Smiley face. Nah, I'd win. I'm different. Okay. Hey, chat. You want to get started? Because, boy howdy, do I want to read this with all of you. Where'd I put it? Here we go. Oh hell. Come on. There. Today's story time is very special. It is not really a story so much as it is a big thing. I might have to pause partway through it to get some water or something to wet my whistle. Ah. Hasn't been the mandated hour. I do things at my pace. I do them when I want. Art. Ah, yes. Let me check. Everything takes a minute to load. Aw, thanks, Ika Pika. Oop. I think we can just get to the topic. I'm not seeing anything in the tab. Yeah, I think we're good. We can move on. No, you made art? Wait, what? Hold on, let me look. I'm looking. We saw the score on forever. We saw that. I'm not seeing anything posted. I'm checking your Tumblr. We looked at the sketch page yesterday. I'm looking at Tumblr. It's not even on your page. I was looking. It has been poofed. Is this my fault? You're good, Starry. How about you post it and then we check it out after the reading. After the first reading, because there are actually two things I would like to read with all of you today. Posted it. Yeah, all right. Okay. We'll do it now. There it is. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, the dwarfless. Oh, that dwarflessness is good. Oh, goodness. Hello, chat. What the hell prompted you to draw this? This is horrifying. Hello, chat. Oh, was it like the deep voice? Like the weird deep voice? The gravelly. Analog Fred. Deep. Ah, okay. That's what it was. It was too gravelly. I just changed some of the, like, equalization. Also, there's someone screaming. Right, this is me trying to rest, and it's just 10 hours of screams. You know, JT left something rancid for me. It's like, oh yeah, you need to rest here. And in case you're wondering, yes, I did send this to Mike. He sent me lo-fi beats to piss and shit to. It sounds exactly like you expect. Here, Piss and Shit by Sadville. Yes, those are quiet shitting sounds in the background. Sometimes this character, the animation has her stop tapping her foot and, like, force it. I hate this. It goes on like this for 40 minutes. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. It's Mike Core. Oh, it's a turtleneck. And it's comfy. I like turtlenecks, okay? Oh, and big mochi. Look at the little piece. Inflates your owlet, making you big and round. Oh, and chat being my DJ for when I can't sleep. Bless. I want to go through all of that with everyone, because there were some interesting things. Nurse mochi with missing texture. Cross. It's not red. Oh god, yeah, I'm looking for E's elephant. Is that mochi as seen from just just the top where they look like pigtails? That's what this one is. Magical girl anime protagonist mochi. Oh, there's mochi eating tiles. Nom, nom, nom. I love how malleable owlets are. Y'all are so mushy. There's Tank Facts. First time making lasagna. Starting to see how it earned its name. Yeah, it take Saddam long to la amke to make la to asan on the dam. Oh my god, and it's the Rosalie Graziano bird. Graziano. Sorry. Also, me with a mochi mop. Mochi mop. You make a very good mop, and also a very good spider today. Good job, everyone. Be proud. Thanks, owlets. Thowlets. Okay. Are you all ready? It's time to begin. Let me... Haha. I exist. Thowlets. Okay. Shall we? We have not just this to read, we have we're reading 2 articles today, published to this guy's blog. We have I will fucking pile drive you if you mention AI again, and then we have breaking my university's machine learning competition, which is even longer than the first article. Alright. I might have to get up in between the two to get something to moisten my throat. It's a little dry. Shall we? I will fucking pile drive you if you mention AI again. The recent innovations in the AI space, most notably those such as GPT-4. Oh yeah, get your snacks, by the way. This is gonna take a minute. Get your snacks and your drinks. The recent innovations in the AI space, most notably those such as GPT-4, obviously have far-reaching implications for society, ranging from the utopian eliminating of drudgery to the dystopian damage to the livelihood of artists in a capitalist society, to existential threats to humanity itself. I myself have formal training as a data scientist, going so far as to dominate a competitive machine learning event at one of Australia's top universities, and writing a master's thesis where I wrote all my own libraries from scratch in MATLAB. I'm not God's gift to the field, but I am clearly better than most of my competition. That is, practitioners like myself who haven't put in the reps to build their own C libraries in a cave with scraps, but can read textbooks, implement known solutions in high-level languages, and use libraries written by elite institutions. So, It is with great regret that I announce that the next person to talk about rolling out AI is going to receive a complimentary chiropractic adjustment in the style of Dr. Bourne, i.e., I am going to fucking break your neck. I am truly, deeply sorry. Part 1. But we will realize untold efficiencies with machine What the fuck did I just say? I started working as a data scientist in 2019, and by 2021 I had realized that while the field was large, it was also largely fraudulent. Most of the leaders that I was working with clearly had not gotten as far as reading about it for 30 minutes, despite insisting that things like, I don't know, the next 5 years of a 10,000 person non-tech organization should be entirely AI focused. The number of companies launching AI initiatives far outstripped the number of actual use cases. Most of the market was simply grifters and incompetents, sometimes both, leveraging the hype to inflate their headcount so they could get promoted or be seen as thought leaders. The money was phenomenal, but I nonetheless fled for the safer waters of data and software engineering. You see, while hype is nice, it's only nice in small bursts for practitioners. We have a few key things that a grifter does not have, such as job stability, genuine friendships, and souls. What we do not have is the ability to trivially switch fields the moment the gold rush is over, due to the sad fact that we actually need to study things and build experience. Grifters, on the other hand, wield the omni-tool that they self-aggrandizingly call politics. That is to say, it turns out that the core competency of smiling and promising people things that you can't actually deliver is highly transferable. Oh yeah, if you'd like to read along, here's the link, should you choose that. I left the field, as did most of my smarter friends, and my salary continued to rise a reasonable rate and sustainably as I learned the wisdom of our ancient forebears. You can hear it too, on freezing nights under the pale moon, when the fire burns low and the trees loom like hands of sinister ghosts all around you, when the wind cuts through the howling of what you hope is a wolf and hair stands on end. You can strain your ears and barely make out, "Just use Postgres, you nerd, you dweeb." Hey Zumba, what is Postgres? You have 6 words. A relational database system. Okay, gotcha. Wow, that was easy. The data science jobs began to evaporate, and the hype cycle moved on from all those AI initiatives which failed to make any progress and started to inch towards data engineering. This was a signal that I had both predicted correctly and that it would be time to move on soon. At least I thought all that AI stuff was finally done and we might move on to actually getting something accomplished. And then some absolute son of a bitch created ChatGPT, and now look at us. Look at us, resplendent in our pauper's robes, stitched from corpulent greed and breathless credulity, spending half of the planet's engineering efforts to add chatbot support to every application under the sun, when half of the industry hasn't worked out how to test database backups regularly. This is why I have to visit untold violence upon the next moron to propose that AI is the future of business, not because this is impossible in principle, but because they are now indistinguishable from 100 million willful fucking idiots. Part 2. But we need AI to remain Sweet, merciful Jesus, stop talking. Unless you are one of a tiny handful of businesses who know exactly what they're going to use AI for, you do not need AI for anything. Or rather, you do not need to do anything to reap the benefits. Artificial intelligence, as it exists and is useful now, is probably already baked into your business software supply chain. Your managed security provider is probably using some algorithms baked up in a lab somewhere to detect anomalous traffic, and here's a secret, they didn't do much AI work either. They bought software from the tiny sector of the market that actually does need to employ data scientists. I know you want to be the next Steve Jobs, and this requires you to get on stages and talk about your innovative prowess, but none of this will allow you to pull off a turtleneck, and even if it did, you would need to replace your sweaters with full plate to survive my onslaught. Consider the fact that most companies are unable to successfully develop and deploy the simplest of CRUD applications on time and under budget. This is a solved problem. With smart people who can collaborate and provide reasonable requirements, a competent team will knock this out of the park every single time, admittedly with some amount of frustration. The clients I work with now are all like this. Even if they are totally non-technical, we have a mutual respect for the other party's intelligence, and then we do this crazy thing where we solve problems together. I may not know anything about the nuance of building analytic systems for drug rehabilitation research, but through the power of talking to each other like adults, we somehow solve problems. But most companies can't do this because they are operationally and culturally crippled. The median stay for an engineer will be something between 1 or 2 years, so the organization suffers from institutional retrograde amnesia. Every so often, oh, whoops. One moment. I'm just adjusting something real quick. Please. There we go. Every so often, some dickhead says something like, maybe we should revoke the engineering team's remote work previle? Whoa, wait, why did all the best engineers leave? Whenever there is a ransomware attack, it is revealed with clockwork precision that no one has tested the backups for 6 months and half the legacy systems cannot be resuscitated. Something that I have personally seen twice in 4 fucking years. Do you know how insane that is? Most organizations cannot ship the most basic applications imaginable with any consistency, and you're out here saying that the best way to remain competitive is to roll out experimental technology that is an order of magnitude more sophisticated than anything else your IT department runs, but you have no experience hiring for, when the organization has never used a GPU for anything other than junior engineers playing video games with their camera off during stand-up, and even if you do that all right, there is a chance that the problem is simply unsolvable due to the characteristics of your data and a business. This isn't a recipe for disaster, it's a cookbook for someone looking to prepare a 12-course fucking catastrophe. How about you remain competitive by fixing your shit? I've met a lead data scientist with access to hundreds of thousands of sensitive customer records who is allowed to keep their password in a text file on their desktop. And you're worried that customers are best served by using AI to improve security through some mechanism that you haven't even come up with yet. You sound like an asshole, and I'm going to kick you in the jaw until, to the relief of everyone, a doctor will have to wire it shut, giving us 10 seconds of blessed silence where we can solve actual problems. I need some fluids. If I'm going to continue, I'm not even going to BRB. I am going to get a cup of water. I am going to put some ice cubes made out of lemonade in it, and I'll be back. Hee-hoo. By the way, if you're looking to stay cool this summer, hard recommend on getting lemonade and putting them into an ice cube tray and freezing them and using them for water. Oh, it's so good. And if you finish the water before they're done melting, they're really a really satisfying texture to chew.
Fred, why is your model's default idol giving sexy bedroom wink?
Okay, I'm back. Okay, hi. Okay. We're good. Do I have to, recalibrate? Nah, we're good. Vex, hi! Actually, it was, someone else linked this to me first. But bless you. Everyone, could we pet Vex? It's good to see you. We're having a good time. Ah. By the way, rate lore, thanks to the 29 months. Think you could slip that by me. Part 3. We've already seen extensive gains from... When I was younger, I read R.A. Salvatore's classic fantasy novel, The Crystal Shard. There is a scene in it where the young protagonist, Wolfgar, challenges a barbarian chieftain to a duel for control of the clan so that he can lead his people into a war that will save the world. The fight culminates with Wolfgar throwing away his weapon, grabbing the chief's head with bare hands, and begging the chief to surrender so that he does not need to crush a skull like an egg and become a murderer. Well, this is me, begging you to stop lying. I don't want to crush your skull. I really don't. But I will if you make me. Yesterday, I was shown Scale's 2024 AI Readiness Report. It has this chart in it. What positive outcomes have you seen from generative AI adoption? Org process efficiency at 62%. 59% say customer experience has been improved. Down here, we have 8% saying we have not seen positive outcomes. How stupid do you have to be to believe that only 8% of companies have seen failed AI projects? We can't manage this consistency with CRUD apps, and people think that this number isn't laughable? Some companies have seen benefits during the LLM craze, but not 92% of them. 34% of companies report that generative AI specifically has been assisting with strategic decision-making. What the actual fuck are you talking about? GPT-4 can't even write coherent Elixir, presumably because the dataset was too small to get it to the level that it's at for Python, and you're admitting that you outsource your decision-making to the thing that sometimes tells people to brew lethal toxins for their families to consume. What does that even mean? I don't believe you. No one with a brain believes you, and if your board believes what you just wrote on the survey, then they should fire you. I finally understand why some of my friends feel that they have to be in leadership positions, and it is because someone needs to wrench the reins of power from your lizard person claws before you drive us all collectively off a cliff, presumably insisting on the way down that the current crisis is best remedied by additional SageMaker spend. Tasty. A friend of mine was invited by a FANG organization. Oh, by the way, what's SageMaker and what is FANG? I am curious. Please enlighten me. SageMaker trains machine learning models in Amazon Cloud. Okay. Fang is Facebook, Google, Netflix, and other. Okay, gotcha. Understood. A friend of mine was invited by a FANG organization to visit the US a few years ago. Many of the talks were technical demos of impressive artificial intelligence products. Being a software engineer, he got to spend a little bit of time backstage with the developers, whereupon they revealed that most of the demos were faked. The products didn't work. They just hadn't solved some minor issues, such as actually predicting the thing that they're supposed to predict. Didn't stop them spouting absolute gibberish to a breathless audience for an hour, though. I blame not the engineers, who probably tried to actually get the damn thing to work, but the lying blowhards, who insisted that they must make the presentation or presumably be terminated. Another friend of mine was reviewing software intended for emergency services, and the salespeople were not expecting someone handling purchasing in emergency services to be a hardcore programmer. It was this false sense of security that led them to accidentally reveal that the service was ultimately just some dude in India. Listen. I would just be some random dude in India if I swapped places with some of my cousins, so I'm going to choose to take that personally and point out that using the word AI as some roundabout way to sell the labor of people that look like me to foreign governments is fucked up. You're an unethical monster, and that if you continue to try this bullshit, you are going to catch these hands. I hope you all are enjoying this slightly different Storytime stream today. You know, sometimes I like if I read a particularly good short story, I'll read it to you guys. But also, what if we just find good posts, like good long posts, and that's our Thursday? I like this. I'm still finding patterns for my weeks. Patterns make it easier for me to figure out what I'm going to do, and like having a basis to work from is nice. What if we just do shit like this on Thursdays? 4. But we must prepare for the future of, I'm going to ask ChatGPT how to prepare a garrote, and then I am going to strangle you with it, and you will simply have to pray that I roll the 10% chance that it freaks out and tells me that a garrote should consist entirely of paper mache and malice. I see executive after executive discuss how they need to immediately roll out generative AI in order to prepare the organization for the future of work. Despite all the speeches sounding exactly the same, I know that they have rehearsed extensively because they managed to move their hands, speak, and avoid drooling all at the same time. Let's talk seriously about this for a second. I am not in the equally unserious camp that generative AI does not have the potential to drastically change the world. It clearly does. When I saw the early demos of GPT-2 while I was still at university, I was half convinced that they were faked somehow. I remember being wrong about that, and that is why I'm no longer as confident that I know what's going on. However, I do have the technical background to understand the core tenets of the technology, and it seems that we are heading in one of 3 directions. The first is that we have some sort of intelligence explosion where AI recursively self-improves itself, and we're all harvested for our constituent atoms because a market algorithm works out that humans can be converted into glubnar, a novel epoxy which is in great demand among the aliens the next galaxy over for fixing their equivalent of coffee machines. It may surprise some readers that I am open to the possibility of this happening, but I have always found the arguments reasonably sound. However, defending the planet is a whole other thing, and I am not even convinced it is possible. In any case, you will be surprised to note that I am not tremendously concerned with the company's bottom line in this scenario, so we won't pay it any more attention. A second outcome is that it turns out that the current approach does not scale in the way that we would hope for myriad reasons. There isn't enough data on the planet, the architecture doesn't work the way we'd expect, the thing just stops getting smarter, context windows are a limiting factor forever, etc. In this universe, some industries will be heavily disrupted, such as customer support. In the case that the technology continues to make incremental gains like this, your company does not need generative AI for the sake of it. You will know exactly why you need it if you do indeed need it. An example of something that has actually benefited me is that I keep track of my life administration via Todoist, and Todoist has a feature that allows you to convert filters on your tasks from natural language into their in-house filtering language. Tremendous! It saved me learning a system that I'll use once every 5 years. I was actually happy about this, and it's a real edge over other applications. But if you don't have a use case, then having this sort of broad capability is not actually very useful. The only thing you should be doing is improving your operations and culture, and that will give you the ability to use AI if it ever becomes relevant. Everyone is talking about retrieval augmented generation, but most companies don't actually have any internal documentation worth retrieving. Fix your shit.
Slash. Hi, Slash.
Oh.
Abwa. I abwa you. I love you, Slash.
Okay, what's my favorite cocktail? I have not had a lot of cocktails. I feel like I've had a lot of custom cocktails. Like, when I have had okay, I've not had a lot of cocktails, period. Ooh, I did have one that was like, ooh. Oh shoot, I'd have to go and look it up. I had a couple recently. I remember the first time I went out drinking, I drank too much and vomited when I was in college. I drank AMFs. So if you want that part of my formative years there, I vomited blue. I don't know that I didn't like him that much. I'm gonna level with you. Long Island iced teas are nice. Not looking to get fucked up. Okay, you know what? Let me look. Get back to me, because I had one recently that was nice, that was based on Earl Grey. That was really good. Oh, Abra. No, Abwabwa is where, like, it's when you take the cheeks of a dog and you start, like, rubbing them. Abwabwabwa. It's not a London fog. I'll have to look it up. I went bar hopping a little while ago with some friends. It was nice, though. Ooh, I had one with coconut cream as well recently when I was at a tiki bar. Anyway. Final outcome. The final outcome is that these fundamental issues are addressed and we end up with something that actually can do things like replace programming as we know it today or be broadly identifiable as general intelligence. In the case that generative AI goes on some rocket ship trajectory, building random chatbots will not prepare you for the future. Is that clear now? Having your team type in import OpenAI does not mean that you are at the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, no matter how desperately you embarrass yourself on LinkedIn and at pathetic borderline bribe award ceremonies from the malign warp entities that sell you enterprise software. Your business will be disrupted exactly as hard as it would have been if you had done nothing, and much worse than it would have been if you just got your fundamentals right. Teaching your staff that they can get ChatGPT to write emails to stakeholders is not going to allow the business to survive this. If we thread the needle between moderate impact and asteroid wiping out the dinosaurs impact, everything will be changed forever, and your tepid preparations will have all the impact of an ant bracing itself very hard in the shadow of a towering tsunami. Can I just say, this captures the energy of old Something Awful really well. Anyone, I know that I have people who were on Something Awful during its heyday in my chat right now, and I know that they'll back me up on this. Homestuck Writing Core, it's Homestuck Writing Core because Homestuck Writing is based on, like, Something Awful writing and, like, old internet forums. If another stupid motherfucker asks me to try and implement LLM-based code review to raise standards instead of actually teaching people a shred of discipline, I am going to study enough judo to throw them into the goddamn sun. I cannot emphasize this enough. You either need to be on the absolute cutting edge and producing novel research, or you should be doing exactly what you were doing 5 years ago with minor concessions to incorporating LLMs. Anything in the middle ground does not make any sense unless you actually work in the rare field where your industry is being totally disrupted right now. Part 5. But everyone says they're using... Can you imagine how much government policy is actually written by ChatGPT before a board administrator goes home to touch grass? How many departments are just LLMs talking to each other in circles as people sick of the bullshit just paste their email exchanges into long-running threads? I guarantee you that a doctor within 10 kilometers of me has misdiagnosed a patient because they slapped some symptoms into a chatbot. What are we doing as a society? An executive at an institution that provides students with important credentials used to verify suitability for potentially life-saving work in immigration law asked me if I could detect students cheating. I was going to say, no, probably not, but I had a suspicion. So I instead said, I might be able to, but I'd estimate that upwards of 50% of the students are currently cheating, which would have some serious impact on the bottom line, as we'd have to suspend them. Should I still investigate? We haven't spoken about it since. I asked a mentor currently working in the public sector about a particularly perplexing exchange that I had witnessed. Me. Serious question. Do people actually believe stories that are so transparently stupid, or is it mostly an elaborate bit? That is, there is at least a voice of moderate loudness expressing doubt internally in a sad attempt to get money from AI grifters. Them. I shall answer this as politically as I can. There are those that have drunk the Kool-Aid. There are those that have not, and then there are those that are trying to mix up as much Kool-Aid as possible. I shall let you decide who sits in which basket. I've decided, and while I can't distinguish between the people that are slamming the Kool-Aid like it's a weapon and the people producing it in industrial quantities, I know that I am going to get a few of them before the authorities catch me. If I'm lucky, they'll waste a few months asking an LLM where to look for me. When I was out on holiday in Fiji at the last resort breakfast, a waitress brought me a form which asked me if I'd like to sign up for a membership. It was totally free, and would come with free stuff. Everyone in the restaurant is signing immediately. I glance over the terms of service, and it reserves the right to use any data I give them to train AI models, and that they reserve the right to share those models with an unspecified number of companies in their conglomerate. I just want to eat my pancakes in peace, you sick fucks. Part 6. The crux of my raging hatred is not that I hate LLMs or the generative AI craze. I had my fun with Copilot before I decided that it was making me stupider. It's impressive, but not actually suitable for anything more than churning out boilerplate. Nothing wrong with that, but it did not end up being the crazy productivity booster that I thought it would be, because programming is designing, and these tools aren't good enough, yet, to assist me with this seriously. No, what I hate is the people who have latched onto it like so many trailing leeches, bloated with blood and wriggling blindly. Before it was unpopular, there were the ones that loved discussing the potential of blockchain for the business. They were the ones who breathlessly discussed the potential of quantum when I last attended a conference, despite clearly not having any idea what the fuck that even means. As I write this, I have just realized that I have an image that describes the link between these fields perfectly. I was reading an article last week and a little survey popped up at the bottom of it. It was for security executives, but on a whim I clicked through quickly to see what the questions were. 6. What emerging cybersecurity trends or technologies are you most interested in? A. Artificial intelligence and machine learning for threat detection and prevention. B. Blockchain for secure data management. C. Quantum computing and its potential impact on cybersecurity. D. Zero trust security architecture. Or E. Other. There you have it. What are you most interested in, dear leader? Artificial intelligence, the blockchain, or quantum computing? They know exactly what their target market is. People who have been given power of other people's money because they've learned how to smile at everything and know that you can print money by hitching yourself to the next speculative bandwagon. No competent person in security that I know, that is working day-to-day cybersecurity as opposed to an institution dedicated to bleeding-edge research, cares about any of this. They're busy trying to work out if the firewalls are configured correctly, or if the organization is committing passwords to their repositories. Yes, someone needs to figure out what the implications of quantum computing are for cryptography, but I guarantee you that it is not Synergy Greg, who does not have any skill that you can identify other than talking very fast and increasing headcount. Synergy Greg should not be consulted on any important matters, ranging from machine learning operations to tying shoelaces quickly. The last time I spoke to one of the many avatars of Synergy Greg, he insisted that I should invest most of my money into a cryptocurrency called Monero because most of these coins are going to zero, but this one is going to be the one. This is the face of corporate AI. Behold its ghastly visage and bulk, for it has eyes bloodshot as a demon and is pretending to enjoy cigars. My consultancy has 3 pretty good data scientists. In fact, 2 of them could probably reasonably claim to be among the best in the country outside of groups doing experimental research, though they'd be too humble to say this. Despite this, we don't sell AI services of any sort. The market is so distorted that it's almost as bad as dabbling in the crypto space. It isn't as bad, meaning that I haven't yet reached the point where I assume that anyone who has ever typed in import TensorFlow is a scumbag, but we're well on our way there. This entire class of person is, to put it simply, abhorrent to right-thinking people. They're an embarrassment to people that are actually making advances in the field, a disgrace to people that know how to sensibly use technology to improve the world, and are also a bunch of tedious, know-nothing bastards that should be thrown into thought leader jail until they've learned their lesson, a prison I'm fundraising for. Every morning, a figure in a dark hood whose voice rasps like the etching of a tombstone spends 60 minutes giving a TEDx talk to the jailed managers about how the institution is revolutionizing corporal punishment, and then reveals that the innovation is, as it has been every day, kicking you in the stomach very hard. I am disgusted that my chosen profession brings me so close to these people, and that's why I study so hard. I am seized by the desperate desire to never have their putrid syllables befoul my ears ever again, and must flee to the company of the righteous, who contribute to OSS, and think that talking about Agile all day is an exercise for aliens that read a book on human productivity. I just got back from a trip to a substantially less developed country, and really living in a country, even for a little bit, where I could see how many lives that money could improve, all being poured down the Microsoft Fabric drain, it just grinds my gears like you wouldn't believe. I swear to God, I am going to study, write, network, and otherwise apply force to the problem until those resources are going to a place where they'll accomplish something for society instead of some grinning clown's wallet. 7. Oh, so you're one of those AI peasant with God as my witness, you grotesque simpleton. If you don't personally write machine learning systems and you open your mouth about AI one more time, I am going to mail you a brick and a piece of paper with a prompt injection, telling you to bludgeon yourself in the face with it, then just sit back and wait for you to load it into ChatGPT because you probably can't read unassisted anymore. P.S. While many new readers are here, you may also enjoy I will fucking dropkick you if you use that spreadsheet, I will fucking haymaker you if you mention Agile again, or otherwise enjoy these highlighted posts. And I have a podcast where I talk with my friends about tech stuff honestly, titled Does a Frog Have Scorpion Nature? Oh, I'm gonna have to check that out. This guy seems very entertaining. New podcast to listen to. I'm actually going to look this up. Hold on. Come on. Does a frog have scorpion nature? There it is. Nikhil Suresh. This might be a little bit too technical for me. No, we just started it. There are only 3 episodes. In the first episode, we speak to Stephen Deutsch, the Department of Energy, Environment and Climate Action's principal data scientist. At the time of recording, an article I had written on the grotesque overuse of the word leadership had just hit the #1 spot on Hacker News, where Stephen was named as one of the best actual leaders I've ever worked with. Spoiler, he hired smart people and let them lead themselves. I was so impressed that we added him as the final member to my consultancy, even though we have an equal profit sharing model. We put our money where our mouths are on this guy. Interesting. Yeah, Zumba, I get what you're saying. Like, you're looking at actual application of these models, as opposed to just making chatbots and chasing the dragon of complicated intelligence, like general intelligence. Okay, let's see. So there are some footnotes that I passed up. Most of the market was simply grifters and incompetents, sometimes both, leveraging the hype to inflate their headcount so they could get promoted. Which, to be fair, might explain why so many of the thoughts in the zeitgeist are always so stupid. Many of the executives I know in Malaysia were obsessed with Bitcoin, but have abruptly forgotten about this now that it is politically unpopular. Gotcha, Pokefan. Also, welcome in. Okay, everyone, could we give them a quick sniff check? Let's see. Oh, yeah. I know a few people who genuinely exhibit something I'd call political talent, but most of the time it boils down to promising people things regardless of your ability to deliver. This is not hard if you're shameless. If we're being honest, I had to do this once or twice to stay them. Oh, to keep them in place. By the way, does Sniff the New Chatter bother anyone? Is it uncomfortable for people? We can change that up. Should it be uncomfortable? It's a vibe check. Yes. It's a filter. It's a vibe check. Weed out the weak. Streamo, it makes me uncomfy. Yeah, bionic. Yeah, I feel that. Oh, another new chatter. Everyone, could we give Pixel Hachi a check? Give him a quick sniff. How are they? I remember the cutest thing that happened was someone did the sniff and they were like, "Smells good, boss." Boss. 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 Let's see. Oh, yeah. The lying blowhards who insisted that they must make the presentation or presumably be terminated. Which, thanks to US healthcare, has the wonderful dual quality of meaning both unemployed but also suggests termination in the Arnold Schwarzenegger throws you into the molten metal sense of the word. Boss. Oh yeah, I don't actually know what zero trust architecture means, but I've heard stupid people say it enough that it's probably also a term that means something in theory. So like zero trust systems are supposed to be something where there is a system in place where it automatically works and is cryptographically maintained. Yeah, everything's authenticated. Which is not... I don't know how efficient that is. Yeah, you can't do anything unless you have the rights. Welcome in, Choco Knight. Oh, we got a few new people coming in. Everyone, could we give Choco Knight a quick check? So, everyone... I hope that you enjoyed I Will Fucking Pile Drive You if you mention AI again. I have good news. There's another article that I want to read from this same person, which is even longer, called Breaking My University's Machine Learning Competition. You feel uncomfy. Is the sniffer uncomfy? Rather unstreamo, I'm uncomfy. Mike getting so mad about people calling his stream uncomfy is amazing. Literally, him saying, getting the review that he is Vinny if he was written by Vivzy Pop was like soul crushing. He gets mad at his stream beat. It is so evil. It is the most evil thing that I have ever heard anyone say about anyone. That got in his head worse than when I said he's the kind of person that makes people feel better about themselves at parties. Literally, I was trying to be kind, right? Like, I was trying to say, if he sees someone at a party who is like not doing well or is kind of in the corner and is kind of being quiet, he's the kind of person who would go to that person and try to cheer him up, right? And be like, hey, come on, like, let's do something together, right? He'll pull him into some bullshit. I love that dreamy and melodic streamer. Would you guys like to begin this? Okay. Breaking my university's machine learning competition. Calstrike's right. Welcome in. Let's begin. A few weeks ago, I popped open the Y Combinator application form and saw that one of the only things they ask for is a story about hacking a non-technical system. Well, I don't really have a reason to beg for money, lacking an unprofitable idea to beeline for an IPO with, but I did find myself really wanting to write about this, starting with all the hacking I did at university. I have many, mostly vaguely negative feelings toward university, which many people find odd coming from someone that did exceedingly well at it. The majority of the experience can best be summarized as occasionally having the privilege of being near extremely smart teachers and students, but most of the time I was being lavishly praised for doing very easy things while watching the majority of my peers desperately flounder, and from time to time being forced to appease a confused authority figure. That was my experience through the entirety of my psychology degree, and I thought IT would be much more serious. In retrospect, the most valuable thing that I learned at university, though it took me a while to figure it out, is that the world outside of academia behaves approximately as stupidly. Let us explore this dysfunction, starting with the lessons I learned from getting a perfect score on a machine learning competition, then being asked to bury having done so to save everyone face. As you read in horror, remember that I attended Monash University, which is one of the best in Australia. This guy's earned being a little bit egotistical. He's earned a little bit in his specific field, right? Also, we're giving you the sniff check. We're making sure that you're good. Part 1. We must begin with introducing my adversary, the great lecturer, the beast with 1,000 slides who writes code that does not compile. In 2018, I was 1 year into my master's degree in data science. Coming from a pure psychology background, this was invigorating in some ways, but mostly stressful because of the poor quality of the course material. This culminated in the unit everyone was most excited for, an introduction to machine learning. The course was run by someone who would eventually become a very important person within the faculty, and boy oh boy do I have some questions about how that happened. This reads so much like something awful, right? Like the capitalizing certain words. This is super common. And little additions like boy oh boy, right? Little things like this. They're little tells that you don't really get unless you've had to read a bunch of stuff. Easy. To begin with, the great lecturer, the swaying professor whose papers all read death, opened the introductory lecture with a certain amount of charisma. I remember laughing and thinking, hey, this guy's alright. Oh, how I laughed and laughed, unaware of the horror that he was going to visit upon me for the next 12 months. Then he does something which has stuck with me ever since. There are so many ways of looking at it. It was a little pebble before the avalanche. It was the chink in his armor. And everywhere I go, I look for this event, because I know that I must find it, then decide if I am running from the crushing snow or slaying smog. He displays about 200 lines of code, invites us to run it when we leave the lecture, and upon arriving home, I realize that it can't possibly run. There is a hard-coded zero division error, which means he wrote 200 lines of code, then just assumed it would work. I don't know how the rest of you work, but I assume that I have probably introduced some sort of terrible bug into my code unless I test it every 5 lines. And frankly, when the tests pass, I become more nervous because it might mean my tests are bad. At this point, I reflect. Would I ever show code to hundreds of students without testing out the old VS Code run button? Actually, I was probably using PyCharm because universities really don't seem to teach the important things. I don't know anyone that uses PyCharm in the data space. No, I really don't think so. The only way that would happen would be if I was in a rush and made one last edit which I thought was safe, but I'd never divide a number by 0 like a fucking dork. What's my working hypothesis? Maybe he's actually great, for I am a lowly dweeb with minimal work experience and he is a professor. But I also remember the charisma and thought, hey, maybe this guy shouldn't have the job he has. People with charisma are dangerous, because sometimes that means that they charmed their way into a position. I file this away, and some arachnid part of my brain hunkers down and wait for 6 months, 100 multifaceted eyes glimmering with malice and, most importantly, a burning desire to know the truth. Part 2. Finally, months later, the opportunity arises to find out if he could really be that incompetent. As every university seems to do, there is a group assignment, presumably to improve our collaboration skills. There are so many layers to this. Firstly, I suspect that almost everyone reading this blog will have the experience of being the person in the group that does all the work at university. I was that person a couple of times. I ran an ad hoc poll at a party filled with my friends the other day, and I realized they were all that person. University tasks aren't actually complex enough at most places to warrant division of labor, and eventually you get tired of trying to wrangle people who are still working out things like starting assignments before the day they're due and doing their own laundry. We've been there. I've been there. Everyone is absolved of their sins, but I'm just going to finish the work. Okay? Secondly, the university insists that this is actually preparation to the workplace because you've simply got to collaborate and get the work done, or there will be consequences. If you are a student with a sense of justice, it is at this point that you have probably become incensed as you've actually noticed the lack of consequences for the slackers. If you complain, you will receive either nothing, or, if you're a real persistent jerk about it, they will bribe you by assuring you a minimum of a pass as long as you report on progress regularly. I've only seen this once, and in retrospect it should have been a valuable life lesson. Thirdly, it turns out this is all actually brilliant because that's exactly what the real world is like. A handful of assignments, read good teams, where everyone's effort actually matters, but it's mostly sort of just blundering around until everyone limps past the finish line, declares mission accomplished, then all the savvy people leave before they must reap what they have sown. If only people had comforted me by saying this was an accurate simulation of most organizations, instead of telling me it would be better after I left. Think of all the pain that could have been averted. Hello, Alfie. I hug Alfie. I hug you. Why are we amogus? Amgogus. Why do the universities actually do... Don't bite me. Why do the universities actually do it? Probably because they only have to pay tutors to mark 10 teams instead of 40 students, honestly. Stop trying to figure out how to bite me. Alfie. In any case, the great lecturer whose H-index crushes third world nations decides that it would be fun if the final assignment is a machine learning competition, graded on a bell curve, with no marketing criteria other than how accurate was your answer. For the blissfully unaware of the whole machine learning space, here is a one-sentence explanation which will allow you to understand this story, and is also probably one of the lowest bullshit definitions available on the internet in 2024. Ready? Braced? Okay. A human being goes through some records and categorizes them, then a computer looks at those categorized records and uses nerd math to figure out if it can approximate the rules the human was using. That was a lot. You're a thought leader now. Congratulations on your ascension. God, this dude is so bitter. So we have an assignment where I've given a big pile of categorized records, a big pile of uncategorized records, and told the top 4 teams of the 64 teams enrolled will score a high distinction. I don't know how it works in American universities, but maybe that's an A+, yeehaw. Lamau, get owned, Americans. Hey.
This is... nerd.
Aw, thanks for the 18 months. And yeah, a little bit. See, I was going to say I'm not a nerd, but then I remembered that I'm playing Dwarf Fortress. And, I don't think I have any place to, I don't think I can defend myself at this point anymore. Fred, you're reading this right... Okay, yeah. But you're listening. This is an extremely stupid assignment for many reasons, but I will leave figuring out the issues as an exercise to the reader, and instead merely kick off the brainstorming with... Do you think having to jealously guard your work fosters a learning environment which sparks joy? The assignment is here. The 0 division error is floating around my brain. I must score as highly as possible. We must do 2 things. 1. We do what we always do after studying for years. I tell my team I'm going to do the whole assignment. They turned out later to be actually competent, but I had learned not to waste time betting on this for an assignment where 1 person is the optimal team size anyway. 2. We must defeat the great lecturer, the academic whose citations span the sky as a million screaming stars. Look, I know that there are plenty of examples of me being a dweeb. My next down the rabbit hole is about a single battle in a game. This is basically what I wish I could have done with an EVE Online battle. I felt that urge so much that I'm like, I'm doing it for Foxhole. I can't do it for EVE. I can't do another EVE video. Part 3. I begin work with one thought blazing at the forefront of my mind, and without it I would not have found what I did. That thought was this. Surely a man that fails to run his code before taking it to a lecture is careless everywhere. The dataset we have been provided is strange. It is hundreds of thousands of records that look like this, with the categories having been masked by the staff with alphabetical codes. And the text itself is stranger still, right? Like you have
You can see this.
And the text itself is stranger still. Even trying to guess what the link is between some randomly sampled A-categorized stuff, I come up with nothing. It all reads like, a new type of mosquito has been discovered in South Africa, which is in the same category as, it is a special day in the Mayan calendar. What on earth is the link between these things? Remember, the goal of the assignment is to get our computers to learn some rules connecting the text to the categories, then running that rule against a dataset that looks thus. So record and category. Any team that figures out what the rule is while they can't just label the records by hand will be able to manually verify their algorithm's correctness and gain a huge advantage over the competition. Most people don't even try, but the savvier students at least try to cheat a little bit. Unfortunately, the great lecturer whose weighty soul is borne aloft by a cacophony of weeping doctoral candidates has assured us that he has gone to great lengths to find this dataset and that we will be unable to figure out where it is coming from. A preliminary Google search reveals this to be true. Everyone gives up. Apart from me, because I remember his zero division error. I grab a record and run an exact search, meaning that I wrap the text in quotation marks. You guys would not believe, like, search engines are awful. You can still use them if you know some tricks. And this is one of the biggest ones. If you want to look for an exact phrase, put them in quotation marks. You would be surprised how many problems that solves with modern search engines. Like, modern search engines are fucked beyond belief at this point as they try to make money. Literally just put the text you're looking for in quotation marks and try a few combinations. Anyway, I have to do this a lot. Searching databases is something that I had to do a lot in college and also for work. I'm sure a lot of you know this, but a lot of people don't, and it's worth repeating. Yeah, don't accept we excluded this from the search results. Yeah, no, fuck it. You want specificity. 4. Jackpot, you bastard. I've cracked your puzzle, you sick fuck, and no god can save you from me now that I know you are weak. There's some sort of weird articles posted on BBC web pages, which I now suspect were generated from an RSS feed. I note that there's a tiny label saying China at the bottom of the page. I do some checking, and yes, he has somehow scraped 1 million of these, and the labels at the bottom are what the categories are. The reason that mosquito discovery and the Mayan calendar are both labeled as China is low quality data entry at the BBC. But we aren't even getting started. Remember, I broke the competition. I didn't just score slightly higher than the other nerds, who were also presumably on track to become some of Australia's leading data scientist practitioners. I'm trying to figure out exactly what this is, actually. So, labels at the bottom are what the categories are. Yeah. The reason is that mosquito discovering the Mayan calendar are both labeled. So, why is it labeled China then? Because, like, they fucked up? It's not actually... Yeah, they labeled it wrong. Yeah, it's mislabeling. Yeah. I was like, oh, because they fucked up. Yeah. I was trying to make connections. I'm like, no, someone just fucked up. So the data's poisoned, right? That's the common factor. My arachnid mind is triumphant and thinks, if someone is going to be this silly... No, he wouldn't have. But yes, he would. You see, there is one major issue with simply looking up all the records in what we call the test dataset, the one that I need to label and get graded on. It's huge, and I'd have to repeatedly run searches to try to dig up records that I'm looking for. It's unachievable, but if it was achievable, then I'd just have all the answers. Unless... Allow me to draw your attention to something. Recall the dataset looks like this. All the A's, then all the B's, then all the C's. What if the great lecturer, whose heart is a cannibal inferno burning taxpayer money, didn't shuffle the test data? Because, if that was the case, then I could take this and select a record in the middle, then select another record in the middle of that split, then repeat that process between A and B until I find the exact spot where A becomes B. By finding the boundary between A and B, then the boundary between B and C, I can just assume everything between those points is B, with a number of comparisons that I'm too lazy to work out or look up, but it would have a pleasingly large value in the denominator, or maybe a log, or what is this? A check somewhere else. You know, one of the happy complexity symbols, not the sad ones. Part 5. I am right. Or it's square root. I see. It just didn't extend. Haha. I am right. No one has ever been more right, and I am not open to arguments to the contrary. Please leave them in the complaints box, yes, the one next to the raging bonfire and paper ash. By the next day, I have achieved a perfect score on the assignment. Of course, the thing that we all expected to happen in the real world happens. In a good book, I would have been given an amazing grade for my slick work, but this wasn't a book. The university states that this exploit isn't allowed as a submission. The superficial reason is that it doesn't demonstrate any understanding of machine learning, but the real reason is that it's embarrassing. I would probably go extremely far out of my way to hire a student that did the same thing, but of course I'd say that having done it. But a more concrete, less masturbatory data point is that one of my team members, Peter Ince, who actually had industry experience, offered to help me find employment. Peter is in the crypto space, so I never took him up on this, but... In fact, he's the only person in the space that I respect enough to bother wondering whether there's some tiny sane pocket in there. But still, the person that was actually employed on real engineering projects was impressed. However, I'm left in a slightly awkward position. Between fencing training... he's a fencer. Between fencing training, my other assignments, and messing around with this, I don't have a good solution prepared for the assignment. I was smart enough to know this was going to happen, but I just had to know if my read was right on the great lecturer whose p-hacking rends reality asunder, being clueless. Miraculously, things get stupider. With a few days left, the first thing I do is ensure that I have some solution that performs adequately, as the bell curve means that I can instantly guarantee myself a pass, since I know that most of the teams are probably just starting anyway. One of our lecturers had spoken about Amazon's H2O platform, which does AutoML. Read, you put the data in and it just kind of tries stuff until something works. So I start by using H2O and save that solution, which takes 10 minutes. Then I Google similar problem domains and perform some actual work, setting up some simple training stuff to run on my laptop overnight using XGBoost. I put a lot of work into this, as I'd sure like a high grade, if only so that my Southeast Asian surgeon dad is not embarrassed to have produced such a mediocre son, but the solution feels lackluster at the end. It was really just churning through tons of different options in XGBoost, and there simply didn't seem to be any obvious improvements to try. Years later, with actual work experience and knowledge, I still have no idea what else would really be worth trying, as most of the problem probably does degenerate into a complex word search. I submit to grading and score 4th with the XGBoost solution being approximately 0.025% off from the first place score. High distinction. Let's go. Astute machine learning specialists will notice that doing the assignment fairly, your grade is almost certainly determined by variance during the model building process rather than effort, which is probably also a metaphor for life outside of university. Wait. What was the 5th place score? It was still lower than what I got from just pushing everything into H2O and clicking run? What the fuck were all the other students doing? Aha. Artificial intelligence has a problem, a lackluster return on investment that affects many companies that deploy the technology. And while our most recent AI survey found that businesses are beginning to reap AI benefits, the reality is they're not often seeing a financial return, or worse, not even covering their investments. Are we not seeing return on investment because AI is hard, or is it because of those 64 teams, only 4 of them rolled out an answer better than using the lowest effort solution in the world as a benchmark, and those are the only people that are worth hiring? Or is it perhaps because the great lecturer whose hideous form belies his extensive cross-disciplinary research has a counterpart, the great executive whose Rolex clicks through years of human suffering? We may never know. One moment. Literally, like, 2 seconds. Okay, not 2 seconds. Not literally 2 seconds, but you know. You know. Ugh, shite.
Fred, I'm stupid. What does all of that mean?
2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Hi. Hi. Time to stick a fork in the outlet. Good. I like the idea. I feel like my outlets are all like little problems who will like stick forks into outlets as soon as I leave. Intermezzo. During my first programming class, may I remind you at the postgraduate level, I arrived to find that the lecture hall, normally packed, sits half vacant, almost a third of my peers missing. Our first assignment was to write a Python script that takes the user's name and age from the terminal and print it. A full third of the students plagiarized because they were unable to figure out how to run a variation of print input what is your name, but they made the tactical error of being in noted GigaChad lecturer Gavin Kroger's class, whose luminous being suffuses my IDE, so they all got suspended instead of a rap on the knuckles. They also all still graduated eventually somehow, so please never ever feel bad for not having a degree. I think they might increase the odds that a randomly given person is incompetent. The problem with a lot of universities is they teach people how to be incompetent. That's the key problem. They teach people how to get around people discovering that they're incompetent. Because an incompetent person will typically, rather than learning how to be competent, simply learn how to disguise their incompetence. Part 6. Fred, when you have an assignment in college, what do you? Do you have your project partner's a cute girl? Anyway, part 6. The great lecturer whose forked tongue tastes the air of LinkedIn runs another unit on data wrangling, which is such a spectacular disaster that the final assignment stretches 2 weeks into the exam period because students keep discovering new issues that make the assignment literally impossible. It took some of the students over 6 months to recover from the sheer stress. Eventually, I am in a room with his head tutor, who remarks that thanks to another issue with the assignment, I would score 75%, but am only allowed to score a maximum of 50% because the great lecturer whose tweets about research impact arrive in Satan's ear decided that scoring less than 50% on the flawed part of the assignment removes all your marks from the second part. Almost every student had crashed in at 49% for technical reasons I can't even remember. The other students have sadly accepted their low grades. Many of them were caught out on the same error, but we do not accept that authority figures can make mistakes here, also a useful life lesson. The head tutor is having this conversation with the entire cohort. However, I am Malaysian, and I have at least a passing understanding of dealing with morally compromised midwits via cultural osmosis. I remark that... Jesus, that line. I remark that I am extremely distressed that I have to raise such a formal complaint with the dean or possibly the ombudsman over 1 mark. I don't know that term. The ombudsman? Okay. Is a government employee who investigates and tries to resolve complaints, though usually through recommendations or mediation. Okay. I have learned this day. I remark that I am extremely distressed that I have to raise such a formal complaint with the dean or possibly the ombudsman over 1 mark. However, if my grades were 75%, then I would probably be happy, and it's just 1 mark. If only we could decide that the subjectively graded parts of my assignment were worth 1 mark more. He nods cautiously, changes my grade on the first section from 49% to 50%, gives me a total grade of 75%, and we never speak on the matter again. The real funny thing about this is that there was a point in my life where I thought grades mattered outside of applying for courses with academic gatekeepers. Part 7. Reflections. Reflecting on the experience, I wish I had been more open to the idea that much of my work experience would consist of people not taking things terribly seriously, which is not even incompatible with having fun. I could have learned a lot from university and spared myself a lot of pain instead of learning some things the hard way. It's true that university is unusually silly in most domains, but in many ways the exaggeration of the worst traits in large, impersonal organizations, no accountability, many authority figures, these lowest in the rungs lacking perspective, only having remediation mechanisms where authority judges itself, would have prepared me for things like my eventual navigation of the immigration machinery in a way that my young, inexperienced brain could have actually processed. Indeed, many of the lessons from my university experience stem not from lecture material, but from simply paying attention to what I struggled with and what others struggled with, and similarly watching to see what people didn't struggle with and copying them. Take my psychology studies. The smartest psychologists I know, such as Melbourne University's Charles Malpass, were absolute machines, but the majority of practitioners were very lackluster, with even PhD students frequently demonstrating that they lacked any serious foundation in statistics, epistemology, and scientific thinking. The real value and test of a psychology qualification is whether you can discern the bullshit from the useful material and weaponize that against the system. Psychology degrees are obsessed with 2,000-word essays. When I tutored, I would always instruct my students to seek feedback from their tutors and specifically asked, "What would I need to do in order to score 80%? It is very important to me." The truth of the matter is that because the majority of psychological research is silly, especially the type that goes into undergraduate courses, you're really being marked on writing ability, which is actually vibes-based if you want to score higher than 65%. For some reason, many students believe the fiction that their grades are based on some merit intrinsic to the writing. But once you have passed the basic hurdles of formatting and grammar, the difference between 75% and 90% is style and, in the case of mediocre lecturers, pandering to their biases. If I started grading random fiction models from 0% to 100% and insisting that various reviewers would consistently land within even 5% of each other, you would call me insane. If I do this for student essays, now I'm just a normal tutor. Most of the advice my students got was nonsense. Anything from paragraphs should be less than 100 words to why are your paragraphs shorter than 100 words. The real reason that you always ask tutors for advice is because you are trying to make them have to overcome cognitive dissonance if they want to grade you lower than the amount you were aiming for. At the very least, how could a student do worse after seeking advice? Oh, June, thanks for the gift subs. Thank you very much. Everyone, could we please show the gifts, the people who received their gift subs, the most important emote that they just received? Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Okay. Okay. At the very least, how could a student do worse after seeking advice? What would that say about the advice giver? Heck, this would work on me, and I'm the main distributor of this trick. Oh, Ezzy, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. This is a raid message, lol. Good. How have you been, Ezzy? I can't help but wonder, what was this a raid into me because you were taking a look at Lumi's new lore? Well, our collective new lore. It's under Lumi, but it's advancing things. Okay, the course is actually filled with material saying, humans are great at coming up with post hoc justifications for things. And the real test is to see if you're clever enough to act on that information, even if the people setting the test don't realize that's what it's about. Got that set out for later this week. Gotcha. Well, thank you very much. Good to see you. And good luck. I hope you enjoy it. Good luck enjoying it. No. I'm pretty happy with how it came out. Is that calculating and possibly awful? Yes, but people were paying me for grades. Trade offer. You give me money. I give you an unfair advantage. Similarly, I'd advise them to 1. actually use spaced repetition for studying because the Australian system is based on multiple choice questions, and this is probably objectively the fastest way to rack up infinite points in those formats. 2. Leave all social media groups with other students because they tend to experience massive groupthink and produce homogeneous work, then wonder why they all only got 65%. 3. Finish their work 2 weeks before it was due, or I wouldn't look at it, so they'd stop suffering from perpetual Parkinson's law. What is Parkinson's law? Work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. Oh, I see. Also, the number... Okay, so it's 2. The number of workers within public administration, bureaucracy, or officialdom tends to grow regardless of the amount of work to be done. This was attributed mainly to 2 factors: that officials want subordinates, not rivals, and that officials make work for each other. Okay. An essay in The Economist. A naval historian. I need to log in. Hold on a second. It is a commonplace observation that work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. Thus, an elderly lady of leisure can spend an entire day in writing and dispatching a postcard to her niece at Bonjour Regis? I don't know this place. Hold on. Bognor? How do you pronounce this? Looks beautiful. Régie. It's a town in England. Bognor Regis, then? Okay, so yeah, if it's in England, it's probably Bognor Regis. Yep. Bona Regis. Bognor Regis. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it does look nice. Thus, an elderly lady of leisure can spend an entire day in writing and dispatching a postcard to her niece at Bognor Regis. An hour will be spent in finding the postcard, another in hunting for spectacles, half an hour in search for the address, an hour and a quarter in composition, and 20 minutes in deciding whether or not to take an umbrella when going to the pillar box in the next street. The total effort, which would occupy a busy man for 3 minutes, all told, may in this fashion leave another person prostrate after a day of doubt, anxiety, and toil. Hey chat, I'm kind of spiraling off, but I want to read this. Would you all be down for some extended reading? Because this sounds interesting. This isn't that long. See, it's only 4 pages. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, we'll read this after finishing this one. We're almost done with this article. And then we're going to do Parkinson's Law, because I want to read that. My overwhelming experience during and after university has been that many people struggle to do very basic things in a way that is perplexing and interesting in equal parts. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The reason I keep piano playing in my life is that I am profoundly untalented at it, and I refine my playing approximately as stupidly as the great lecturer, whose grants are unrealized cancer cures, produces his lecture material. Painfully stumbling across the keys every week in front of my clearly perplexed teacher helps keep me grounded, even as I occasionally accomplish something that might otherwise go to my head. It also brings to mind the simple joy of being a recalcitrant malcontent who doesn't take kindly to undeserved authority, which is not the best self-promotion, but probably honest. There's something healthy about seeing clearly and trusting your intuition over social scripts, at least sometimes. When Morpheus says, "Come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me," or Yoda comes out with the classic, "Try not, do or do not, there is no try." If we briefly put aside that the authorial intent was probably to say something that sounds profound but is actually silly, there are many symbolic ways to tackle problems, such as studying very hard, talking about how tech debt prevents systemic improvement, and juggling JIRA cards, which are completely unrelated to solving the actual problems. I think that's what causes people to have this inkling that there's something there, even if they forget by the time the movie is over. Symbolic efforts are frequently a failure of imagination, a failure of genuine attention, or to simply have a woe is me story when things go wrong. And I've done all three at different points in my life, absolutely. Seeing clearly is a joyous and enriching skill, and is incidentally the part of the less wrong/rationalist movement that I like when all the weirdness is excised. Out of it all, oh dear, less wrong. The place where we get Rocco's basilisk.
Happy solstice, everyone. Keep cool and hydrated. I'm off to the beach TL hut.
Enjoy yourself, TB. Thanks for the bets. Out of it all, the great lessons I took were that if you can usually tell if you're trying to look at whether you're not doing what the struggling masses are doing, that everyone is going to be clueless in a few areas of their life, hopefully not the ones they charge society huge amounts of money for, and most entertainingly, that incompetence is widely exploitable for fun and profit. In any case, I wish all of that veil piercing somehow waived those enormous university fees. Man, this is refreshing. The lemonade ice cubes and water. Oh my god, wait. Lamau get owned, venture capitalists. Proceed with the light of the bridges you're burning, right? Yeah, it's just Pascal's wager for Tech Bros, it's true. I will say, I am more willing to excuse Morpheus's line, "Come on, stop trying to hit me and hit me," right? Because in the Matrix, it serves a double purpose. It serves as a taunt because Morpheus is a cheeky little fuck. But it also is an accurate summation of how to do like superhuman things in the Matrix. You simply have to believe that you can. Pure belief. Like understanding that the world isn't real and that it will bend to your will is like the thing that Morpheus is trying to teach him, right? Like that is a mechanic of the world they're in. So I am 100% willing to excuse that one. That makes sense there. Yeah, and it's the same for Yoda and the Force. Yeah, you believe you can do it. He admits that's an actual real life problem. Oh, really? Hold on. Although I will note that a common error with new saber fencers is that they will attack your blade instead of you. Oh my god, this is so true. Oh, he does saber. To be clear, this is true in foil and epee as well. Yep, I think that's what fencing is. You can stand totally immobile and they will frequently bounce off your guard anyway. So, to be fair, this is a really big problem, a bigger problem in foil and saber, though that's usually where they start people out because of right-of-way. Right-of-way is a special rule that helps determine if two people hit each other at the same time, who gets the touch. if either, right? Because you have off-target hits in foil. So right of way kind of throws off new fencers, and so they'll go for your blade thinking, okay, I'm taking right of way, and then they'll just forget that the target exists. It's not as big of a deal in epee because you're always looking for counterattacks and little things. But in epee, there's no right-of-way. It's not as big of a deal there. Right-of-way is kind of weird and complicated. Okay, everyone ready to learn a little bit about fencing? In foil and saber, there is a rule called right-of-way. Right-of-way determines, like I said, who gets the touch if both fencers hit each other at the same time. In foil, if the other person... So there are target areas in foil. You have to depress the tip. And through some electronic trickery, if the tip of your blade, the tip of the blade has a little button, to be clear, on a foil. If the tip of the blade, if the button depresses and it's touching the other person's lame, which is the target area, then that signal, the circuit will be complete, and it'll tell the box that you hit on target, and your color will light up. A foil is the kind of blade. There are 3 different kinds of blades in fencing: foil, epee, and saber. Foil, you're trying to hit the target area on the person, which is just the torso. If you hit anywhere else on the person, that's considered off target, and you don't get the touch if you hit them. You have to stop and you go back. However, right of way will determine who gets the touch, if at all. And you do that by taking control, taking initiative. So you can take initiative in a couple of ways. If you start an attack before the other person, then you have the right of way. So if you hit each other, but you started your attack first, then you'll get the touch, even if they hit you. And if you hit them off target, but they hit you on target, because you had right of way, your off target invalidates their on target hit and no one gets the touch. The point is to encourage aggression. It encourages, like, interaction. It literally is frame advantage. Yeah, basically. You could also take, you could take the right of way. Yeah, the rules are kind of tricky. Basically, if you get used to it. If you start the attack, you take the initiative. If you take the initiative, then any touch that you get overrides anything the other person gets. Now, to be clear, if you start an attack and the other person does a counterattack and hits you and you don't land anywhere on them, then they still get the touch, right? If there's one light, then that always just happens on its own. Right? Like, so if someone attacks me, right? If someone does a pretty little flesh at me and I do a counterattack where I, like, move my body out of the way of their blade, but I hit them in the process, then I get the touch, right? If they don't hit me at all, that's called a counterattack. It is a little bit of a risky maneuver, but I always like them. You can also take away the right of way from the other person if you parry them. And a parry doesn't have to be a complete deflection of the blade. It can just be a tap, called a beat, where you just kind of touch their blade, right? You knock it a little bit out of the way. Now you have right of way. So if you parry and then riposte, and then you both hit each other, the person who performed the parry gets the touch. If this sounds completely ridiculous and overly complicated to you, you're not alone, because it kind of is. It's it's kind of ridiculous and complicated, and referees for bouts frequently will get called out on making bad calls. Saber has the same rules around right of way. Saber, you just have... So Saber doesn't have any off target. It doesn't have a button to depress. You just have to get your blade to touch the other person's lame which is and then when it touches it, it completes an electronic circuit in the in all the wiring, and then the light goes off. Saber bouts can look a little bit silly because saber bouts at high levels will frequently be like two people hitting each other at the same time. Yeah, modern fencing uses a lot of electronics. So when you are gearing up to fence, you have when you're gearing up to fence, there are a few electronic components you have. If you're doing foil or epee, then the tip of your blade has a button on it, and that then there is a wire that runs down the length of the blade, glued in to keep it safe, and then you hook that up with a plug, which snakes through your through all of your like jacket and back out underneath your jacket, so you have a little tail, and then that is hooked up to a pulley system, right? You plug that in both ways, and then there is a wire attached to a pulley system typically, which goes all the way back along the strip, and then back again to the machine in the center. You also, if you're a foilist or a saberist, will have a jacket with a metal mesh over it. Then you have a little alligator clip that connects to the back of it. This sends it doesn't send electricity through it, but it connects it to this through the same wires. When you are a saberist and your blade, which is connected to this circuit, touches the other person's lame, you know what? I bet I can bring up some visuals. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, this will do. So you can see on Saber, the on-target area is like the waist and above. The Ian lame is silent. Lame. It's a French word. I promise. So you can see that there's a wire. Right? Well, I'm kind of in the way. You can see that there's a wire coming out of the blade, right? That's because he's plugged it in. And then there's a wire. This is snaking into the glove, all up here and then down their back. And then they have the wires. There should be a wire that goes back here. Maybe they've moved to... you know what? They might have moved to wireless stuff at this point. They might have changed things. That's pretty cool. This is old stuff. So when that blade touches the metal mesh of the other person's jacket, like the other person's lame, then it completes the circuit. Watch some bouts sometime. Maybe. We could do that. Foil goes all the way down into the groin area, by the way. Like, it's the full torso, not just the chest and the gut. Epee is much simpler. There's no lame or anything like that. You push the button, a light goes off. I was a foilist for 4 years, and then I was an epeist for 2, but I definitely enjoyed epee more. I was more an epeist. Epee, I think, has a smaller group of people that do it. I feel like foil and saber are a lot more popular. Most people start out doing foil. I feel like a lot of people start out doing foil or saber, and then people move from that to epee, if they do, ever. The blades are floppy so they can bend, so that you don't, like, jam it into someone. Most people start with foil, though. Will you be incorporating your fencing skills into your ASTRALINE lore? I don't know, will I? I don't know. In a granted very informal match between you as a fencer and Rev doing kendo. Well, I mean, the rules would have to be set up. Like, how hard do you have to hit, right? Like, are there any right-of-way rules? What's the what's the length of time between like a hit and a second hit that is considered valid, right? Like, there's no way to say because the rules are so different between fencing and kendo. Use real blades and fight to the death. You know what I will tell you? Historically speaking, the rapier dominated the katana for the brief period that they were intermingling with one another. People with rapiers just dominated samurai because rapiers are so precise they could fit through the armor. Anyway, rapiers were just too fast. They were too precise. Yeah, the katana kind of... The problem with katanas is that they're made out of pig iron, because Japan is very iron poor. You had to use any garbage that you could find. Yeah, it's just... The rapier dominated the katana. It's kind of a weird little bit of history. Ah. Yum yum. But yeah, that's why foilists and saberists will often attack your blade. Because they're trying to take, like, a new fencer will try to take right of way. Anyway. The thing is, like, kendo is cool, and it's not like it's a bad method of fighting, right? Like, it's not like samurai were bad at using a sword. It's just they're, like they were good, right? A lot of them were very, very good fighters. Make no mistake. It's just like when they met the West, the technology was never in their favor. Yeah, I feel like new fencers going for your blade is kind of like a new chess player taking a poison pawn, right? A new player is always looking to try to take the material advantage, but an experienced chess player will never take their eyes off of your king. They know that is the goal, and their eyes are always set on it. You can be behind 9 points of material and still win, because you have an attack. Doesn't matter if your pieces are in shambles if you win. All that matters is the W. It's a very similar concept. Focusing on the wrong thing. God knows that I have that problem. Hey, I want to read Parkinson's Law, because this seems really fun and interesting. Excuse me. Okay. I want to know about this. Okay. Parkinson's Law by Northcote Parkinson. I've never heard of it before. Or maybe I've heard of it before, but it's been a while and it never implanted itself in my brain. It is a commonplace observation that work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. Thus, an elderly lady of leisure can spend an entire day of writing and dispatching a postcard to her niece at Bognor Regis. An hour will be spent in finding the postcard, another in hunting for spectacles, half an hour in a search for the address, an hour and a quarter in composition, and 20 minutes in deciding whether or not to take an umbrella when going to the pillar box in the next street. The total effort which would occupy a busy man for 3 minutes all told may in this fashion leave another person prostrate after a day of doubt, anxiety, and toil. Granted that work, and especially paperwork, is thus elastic in its demands on time, it is manifest that there need be little or no relationship between the work to be done and the size of the staff to which it may be assigned. Before the discovery of a new scientific law, herewith presented to the public for the first time and to be called Parkinson's Law, there has, however, been insufficient recognition of the implication of this fact in the field of public administration. Politicians and taxpayers have assumed, with occasional phases of doubt, that a rising total in the number of civil servants must reflect a growing volume of work to be done. Cynics, in questioning this belief, have imagined that the multiplication of officials must have left some of them idle or all of them able to work for shorter hours. But this is a matter in which faith and doubt seem equally misplaced. The fact is that the number of the officials and the quantity of the work to be done are not related to each other at all. The rise in the total of those employed is governed by Parkinson's Law and would be much the same whether the volume of the work were to increase, diminish, or even disappear. The importance of Parkinson's Law lies in the fact that it is a law of growth based upon an analysis of the factors by which the growth is controlled. It's like listening to a garbled audiobook. Do I sound okay? Garbled, how so? This reminds me of something from... It reminds me of something from Catch-22. Hold on. There is a character named Major. Here, I haven't actually read it, but my brother and my sister-in-law have told me about him. Major is a fictional character in Joseph Heller's 1961 novel Catch-22. He was named Major by his father as a joke, passing up such lesser possibilities as drum major, minor major, sergeant major, or C-sharp major. Once he joined the army during World War II, he was quickly promoted to the rank of major due to an IBM machine with a sense of humor almost as keen as his father's. His full name and rank are the title of Chapter 9. He has an uncanny resemblance to real-life actor Henry Fonda, which scholar Philip D. Beidler calls one of the novel's great absurd jokes. Heller echoes the eponymous character in Edwin Arlington Robinson's 1910 poem Miniver Cheevy in his initial description of Major as born too late and too mediocre. Wow, I need to read this book. The character is further described as having 3 strikes against him from the beginning: his mother, his father, and Henry Fonda, to whom he bore a sickly resemblance almost from the moment of his birth. Long before he even suspected who Henry Fonda was, he found himself the subject of unflattering comparisons everywhere he went. Total strangers saw fit to deprecate him, with the result that he was stricken early with a guilty fear of people and an obsequious impulse to apologize to society for the fact that he was not Henry Fonda. Baby! Oh. This is so sad. After his promotion to squad commander by Colonel Cathcart, people who had hardly noticed his resemblance to Henry Fonda before now never ceased discussing it. And there were even those who hinted sinisterly that Major had been elevated to squadron commander because he resembled Henry Fonda. Captain Black, who had aspired to the position himself, maintained that Major really was Henry Fonda, but was too chicken shit to admit it. Miniver Cheevy. I don't know that poem. Okay. I want to read this. It doesn't seem long. Miniver Chivi, child of scorn, grew lean while he assailed the seasons. He wept that he was ever born, and he had reasons. Miniver loved the days of old, when swords were bright and steeds were prancing. The vision of a warrior bold would set him dancing. Miniver sighed for what was not. Let me move so you can read it. Miniver sighed for what was not, and dreamed and rested from his labors. He dreamed of Thebes and Camelot and Priam's neighbors. Miniver mourned the ripe renown that made so many a name so fragrant. He mourned romance now on the town, and art a vagrant. Miniver loved the Medici, albeit he had never seen one. He would have sinned incessantly, could he have been one. Miniver cursed the commonplace, and eyed a khaki suit with loathing. He missed the medieval grace of iron clothing. Miniver scorned the gold he sought, but sore annoyed was he without it. Miniver thought, and thought, and thought, and thought about it. Miniver Chivi, born too late, scratched his head and kept on thinking. Miniver coughed and called it fate and kept on drinking. Okay, that was good. Glad I took a second to read that. I'd never read this before. There are a lot of things that I haven't read. Yeah, sorry, this is kind of how I move. I end up seeing something, I need to have some other, like, point of reference for it, and so I trail off there, and then I make my way back to the original thought. Oh, I would have been a great person back then, he says as he drinks. Let's see. Yeah, I need to read this book so badly. I think I would really like it. Okay. So anyway, back to Parkinson's Law, which was why we were getting at this. Hey nerdy, how you doing? You are welcome to lurk. Or are you just being cute? In which case that is valid. Okay. The importance of Parkinson's Law lies in the fact that it is a law of growth based upon an analysis of the factors by which the growth is controlled. The validity of this recently discovered law must rely mainly on statistical proofs, which will follow. Of more interest to the general reader is the explanation of the factors that underlie the general tendency to which this law gives definition. Omitting technicalities, which are numerous, we may distinguish at the outset two motive forces. They can be represented for the present purpose by two almost axiomatic statements, thus. Factor 1. An official wants to multiply subordinates, not rivals. And Factor 2. Officials make more work for each other. We must now examine these motive forces in turn. The law of multiplication of subordinates. To comprehend Factor 1, we must picture a civil servant called A, who finds himself overworked. Whether this overwork is real or imaginary is immaterial, but we should observe in passing that A's sensation, or illusion, might easily result from his own decreasing energy, a normal symptom of middle age. For this real or imagined overwork there are, broadly speaking, three possible remedies. 1. he may resign. 2. He may ask to have the work with a colleague called B. 3. He may demand the assistance of 2 subordinates to be called C and D. There is probably no instance in civil service history of A choosing any but the third alternative. By resignation, he would lose his pension rights. By having B appointed on his own level in the hierarchy, he would merely bring in a rival for promotion to W's vacancy when W at long last retires. So A would rather have C and D junior men below him. They will add to his consequence, and by dividing the work into 2 categories, as between C and D, he will have the merit of being the only man who comprehends them both. It is essential to realize at this point that C and D as it were, inseparable. To appoint C alone would have been impossible. Why? Because C, if by himself, would divide the work with A and so assume almost the equal status, which has been refused in the first instance to B. Oh my god, I'm screaming. I'm screaming. This is evil. Oh, this is disgusting, but also correct? Okay, so here's what he's saying. I'll break it down for you guys. Let's suppose you have a dude, right? A dude working as a civil servant. He's got too much work. Well, he thinks he has too much work. Doesn't matter if he actually has too much work or doesn't have too much work. That doesn't matter right now. Because the result's the same either way. He has 3 options. He can quit, in which case he loses his pension, so he won't. So that doesn't happen. He could find a coworker with whom to split everything, which he also will not do, because, like, what is it? By having B appointed on his own level in the hierarchy, he would merely bring in a rival for promotion. So he doesn't want to split the work with someone else, because he wants to have a shot at promotion, and he doesn't want to help anyone else out. Doesn't want to help a rival. Or C, he gets underlings to help him, specifically 2 or more. And he does not get 1 underling, because if he splits the work with the underling, then that underling effectively is on the same level as him. So he gets 2 underlings so that he can split the work between them and still remain above them in the hierarchy. Because they both are doing this work and can't both and aren't doing as much work as he was doing. Yeah, by dividing the work into 2 categories, he will have the merit of he's the only dude who understands what they're both doing. By having them both do different parts of the same overall thing, he can maintain control. That's what's happening. What that means is that inevitably, always, an overworked social worker, instead of sharing the load among his colleagues, will get underlings. Will get people underneath him to do the work for him. Because it keeps his job safe. And it keeps him in the same place in the hierarchy so he can eventually get promoted. That's what's happening. Does that make sense? That is the assertion. Or social servant. Yeah, social servant. Okay. Not social worker. Yeah, social servant. That makes sense. If someone feels like they've got too much work, they're going to get underlings. And then they're going to split the work among the underlings so neither of them knows what they're doing in the whole. He's describing how it happens, Starry. He's describing how it happens that work gets stretched out. It is essential to... Okay, so we already talked about that. It is essential to realize at this point that C and D are, as it were, inseparable. To appoint C alone would have been impossible. Why? Because C, if by himself, would divide the work with A and so assume almost the equal status which has been refused in the first instance to B. A status the more emphasized if C is A's only possible successor. Subordinates must thus number 2 or more, each being kept in order by fear of the other's promotion. When C complains in turn of being overworked, as he certainly will, A will, with the concurrence of C, advise the appointment only by advising the appointment of 2 more assistants to help D, whose position is much the same. With this recruitment of E, F, G, and H, the promotion of A is now practically certain. Oh my god. By hiring underlings, you guarantee that you get promoted. This is so evil. And this is the system. Oh, fuck me. Oh, this is incredible. The law of multiplication of work. 7 officials are now doing what 1 did before. This is where factor 2 comes into operation. For these 7 make so much work for each other that all are fully occupied and A is working harder than ever. An incoming document may well come before each of them in turn. Official E decides that it falls within the province of F, who places a draft reply before C, who amends it drastically before consulting D, who asks G to deal with it. But G goes on leave at this point, handing the file over to H, who drafts a minute, which is signed by D and returned to C, who revises his draft accordingly and lays the new version before A. What does A do? He would have every excuse for signing the thing unread, for he has many other matters on his mind. Knowing now that he is to succeed W next year, he has to decide whether C or D should succeed to his own office. He had agreed to G going on leave, although not yet strictly entitled to it. He is worried whether H should not have gone instead for reasons of health. He has looked pale recently, partly but not solely because of his domestic troubles. Then there is the business of F's special increment of salary for the period of the conference, and E's application for transfer to the Ministry of Pensions. A has heard that D is in love with a married typist, and that G and F are no longer on speaking terms. No one seems to know why, so A might be tempted to sign C's draft and have done with it. But A is a conscientious man. Beset as he is with problems created by his colleagues for themselves and for him, created by the mere fact of these officials' existence, he is not the man to shirk his duty. He reads through the draft with care, deletes the fussy paragraphs added by C and H, and restores the thing back to the form preferred in the first instance by the able, if quarrelsome, F. He corrects the English, none of these young men can write grammatically, and finally produces the same reply he would have written if officials C to H had never been born. Far more people have taken far longer to produce the same result. No one has been idle, all have done their best, and it is late in the evening before A finally quits his office and begins the return journey to Ealing. The last of the office lights are being turned off in the gathering dusk, which marks the end of another day's administrative toil. Among the last to leave, A reflects with bowed shoulders and a wry smile that late hours, like gray hairs, are among the penalties of success. This is genius. I've never read this before. What the hell? This is so good. Are you kidding me? It's great. We're reading Parkinson's Law. Oh, this is Oh, this is so funny. So he makes a bunch of work for himself and is like, ah, yes, I have now employed 7 other people into something I could have done all on my own. And that is, and like, I am successful. Ugh. Could this be turned into a YouTube short? Oh, maybe. I could just, you know what? I could write a short for this. The scientific proofs. From this description of the factors at work, the student of political science will recognize that administrators are more or less bound to multiply. Nothing has yet been said, however, about the period of time likely to elapse between the date of A's appointment and the date from which we can calculate the pensionable service of H. Vast masses of statistical evidence have been collected, and it is from a study of this data that Parkinson's law has been deduced. Space will not allow of detailed analysis, but research began in the British Navy estimates. These were chosen because the Admiralty's responsibilities are more easily measurable than those of, say, the Board of Trade. The accompanying table is derived from Admiralty statistics from 1914 and 1928. The criticism voiced at the time centered on the comparison between the sharp fall in numbers of those available for fighting and the sharp rise in those available only for administration, the creation, it was said, of a magnificent navy on land. Oh, that's funny. But that comparison is not to the present purpose. What we have to note is that the 2,000 Admiralty officials of 1914 had become the 3,569 of 1928, and that this growth was unrelated to any possible increase in their work. The Navy during that period had diminished, in point of fact, by 1/3 in men and 2/3 in ships. Nor from 1922 onwards was its strength even expected to increase, for its total of ships, unlike its total of officials, was limited by the Washington Naval Agreement of that year. Yet, in those circumstances, we had a 78.45% increase in Admiralty officials over a period of 14 years, an average increase of 5.6% a year on the earlier total. In fact, as we shall see, the rate of increase was not as regular as that. All we have to consider at this stage is the percentage rise over a given period. So we have some numbers. Can this rise in the total number of civil servants be accounted for except on the assumption that such a total must always rise by a law governing its growth? It might be urged, this is such a modern argument. This is such a modernist argument specifically. This right here might actually be the most modernist thing I've ever read. The assumption that there must be a law. Like, the modernists believed that through technological advancement and furthered understanding of our world, we could achieve anything. And this presupposes that there are laws governing everything. General laws that can be understood. And I think that this is a joke. I think it's a joke with a point. Right? He's saying, well, there's got to be a law, right? There has to be. Scientifically speaking, yes, but not in the modernist sense. The modernist sense was that, like, we could understand the underlying things in everything. And that would allow us to conquer the world, and, like, we could... It was more naive than saying there are scientific laws for everything, we just have to discover them. Modernism was like, yeah, we can figure this all out. Give us a couple of decades. That was... So this is kind of a... I think that this might be a parody of modernism along with bureaucracy. This dude's bitter one way or another. Can this rise in the total number of civil servants be accounted for except on the assumption that such a total must always rise by a law governing its growth? It might be urged at this point that the period under discussion was one of rapid development in naval technique. The use of the flying machine was no longer confined to the eccentric. Submarines were tolerated, if not approved. Engineer officers were beginning to be regarded as almost human. In so revolutionary an age, we might expect the storekeepers would have more elaborate inventories to compile. We might not wonder to see more draftsmen on the payroll, more designers, more technicians and scientists. But these, the dockyard officials, increased only by 40% in number, while the men of Whitehall increased by nearly 80%. For every new foreman or electrical engineer at Portsmouth, there had to be 2 or more clerks at Charing Cross. Charing Cross? From this, we might be tempted to conclude, provisionally, that the rate of increase in administrative staff is likely to be double that of the technical staff at a time when the actual useful strength, in this case of seamen, is being reduced by 31.5%. It has been proved, however, statistically, that this last percentage is irrelevant. Officials would have multiplied at the same rate had there been no actual seamen at all. Come on, get over yourselves. Get it out of your system. Come on, get it out of your system. Seamen, come, haha, come funny. Funny come. There you go. Alright, get it out, get it out. Come on. Alright, we good? Alright, let's keep going. It would be interesting to follow the further progress by which the 8,118 Admiralty staff of 1935 came to number 33,788 by 1954. But the staff of the Colonial Office affords a better view of study during a period of imperial decline. The relevant statistics are set down below. Before showing what the rate of increase is, we must observe that the extent of this department's responsibilities was far from constant during these 20 years. The colonial territories were not much altered in area or population between 1935 and 1939. They were considerably diminished by 1943, certain areas being in enemy hands. They were increased again in 1947, but have since then shrunk steadily from year to year as successive colonies achieve self-governance. So between 1935 and 1954, the colonial office officials increased from 372 to 1,661, despite the retraction. It would be rational, prior to the discovery of Parkinson's Law, to suppose that these changes in the scope of the empire would be reflected in the size of its central administration. But a glance at the figures shows that the staff totals represent automatic stages in an inevitable increase. And this increase, while related to that observed in other departments, has nothing to do with the size or even the existence of the empire. What are the percentages of increase? We must ignore for this purpose the rapid increase in staff which accompanied the diminution. Oh, that's a word you don't see very much anymore. Diminution of responsibility during World War II. We should note rather the peacetime rates of increase over 5.24% between 1935 and 1939 and 6.55% between 1947 and 1954. Excuse me. This gives an average increase of 5.89%, each year. A percentage markedly similar to that already found in the Admiralty staff increase between 1914 and 1928. Further and detailed statistical analysis of departmental staffs would be inappropriate in such an article as this. It is hoped, however, to reach a tentative conclusion regarding the time likely to elapse between a given official's first appointment and the later appointment of his 2 or more assistants. Dealing with the problem of pure staff accumulation, all the researches so far completed point to an average increase of about 5.50. Wait. The line break is weird. I think it's 5.4% per year. This fact established, it now becomes possible to state Parkinson's law in mathematical form, thus. In any public administrative department not actually at war, a staff increase may be expected to follow this formula. X equals 2k to the power of m plus p over n, where k is the number of staff seeking promotion through the appointment of subordinates, p represents the difference between the ages of appointment and retirement, m is the number of... This is so fucked. I love that. M is the number of man-hours devoted to answering minutes within the department, and N is the number of effective units being administered. Then X will be the number of new staff required each year. This is so funny. I'm losing my mind. I don't know if I like this more or a modest proposal. I love a good mathematician's will, of course. Mathematicians will, of course, realize that to find the percentage increase, they must multiply x by 100 and divide the total of the previous year. Thus, 100 times 2k to the power of m plus p over y times n %, where y represents the total original staff, and this figure will invariably prove to be between 5.17% and 6.56%, irrespective of any variation in the amount of work, if any, to be done. The discovery of this formula and of the general principles upon which it is based has, of course, no emotive value. No attempt has been made to inquire whether departments ought to grow in size. Those who hold that this growth is essential to gain full employment are fully entitled to their opinion. Those who doubt the stability of an economy based upon reading each other's minutes are equally entitled to theirs. Parkinson's law is a purely scientific discovery, inapplicable, except in theory, to the politics of the day. It is not the business of the botanist to eradicate the weeds. Enough for him if he can tell us just how fast they grow. Fuck. This... I feel like this... Okay, you know what this feels like to me? This has the bite that I have only ever seen talking with people in the military. This could only be written by... I feel like I would argue this is something that could only be written by someone in the military. This is... Oh... This is really good. It is describing the existence of major. He was a naval historian. Ah. Mm-hmm. Ah, it's the professor of history. Okay, I'm willing to bet that he's served sometime, though. This is so biting. Especially given that he was professor of history in the University of Singapore, I'm willing to bet that even if he wasn't military, he had a lot of military friends. Yes, I'm moving the goalposts. Fuck you. And this was 1955, yes. Yeah, probably did serve in that case. You're right. He was in the Territorial Army. Okay. Well, the Territorial Army is kind of, I don't know, different. The Territorial Army is like... My understanding is that they were less professional. weekend warrior-y kind of feeling. Although the thing is, I wouldn't degrade the National Guard like that. National Guard does some cool stuff. They do some good stuff. This is amazing. This has been an incredible little spin-off. Oh my god, this is so funny. We need an intelligence agency to keep tabs of the intelligence agencies that are keeping tabs on the intelligence agencies. Holy hell. Okay, I know that that was quite the tangent, but I make no apologies. This is what I do. I've tried to keep it under control on stream, and now I'm just saying no. Right? Because I read this and I'm like, wait, what's Parkinson's Law? Okay, well, let's read it. Why not? And it makes me think, what if, okay, hear me out. What if societal collapse isn't caused by the gays TM or like political thought or movement or advancement or leisure, but is caused by Parkinson's Law, where the bureaucracy becomes so bloated that it becomes impossible to manage the empire and everything collapses? This is literally, okay, like 40K is built on this. This is like, the horror of 40K is absolutely, you know, horrifying things happening to people bodily, but the real horror of 40K is the administratum. The idea that if an empire can really survive for this long, then its administrative wing will come to encompass unbelievable amounts of people. Lilac, keep it up. Yeah, the horror of 40K is its massiveness. I'm reminded in Foundation as well, Earth, or supposedly Earth, has become one gigantic administrative center. And other planets have to ship in food to keep it alive. It is completely reliant upon the continued existence of the Empire, so that as the Empire fell, food shipments no longer were making it to this administrative center, and it collapsed. An optimum number of people before it collapses into bickering: 7. Yeah, no, Ender, I was saying this earlier on. What if Thursdays became this? Like, if I read a good short story, I'd love to share it, but also readings like this are fun. I like this. This is fun for stream. This is a lot of fun for stream. A mix. Yeah, we can do a mix. I think, like I said, I've been feeling out how I want to take streams, and like my own conduct, and like how I want my, I've been trying to figure out how I want my streams to be. Aw, Fluff. Welcome back in. Past lurker. Yeah, I have to admit, I think that when I joined ASTRALINE, there was a part of me that wanted to try to appease, wanted to try to be a normal streamer, and the conclusion I'm coming to is that I'm not. I can't be. And maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe this is what it needs to be. Maybe this is what we need to do. This is better for me. It's more fun. It's more fun for me, and I think it's more fun. Yet normal doesn't exist. Quick, play Fortnite. No, I'm gonna play Dwarf Fortress instead, and you're gonna like it. No, it's true, Iron Fox. I did kind of lose my way, I think, trying to fit into a box. Fit into someone else's box. Instead, I should be fitting in my box. And this is my box. This is my box. And I hope you like it. Because this is what we're doing. This is what stream is. This is what I do. This is what I am. Thanks for bearing with me as I figure out. I am still figuring it out, obviously. But thank you for bearing with me as I figure out how I want my streams to look. I hope that the journey has been okay, and I hope that it gets better from here. But thank you. Trying to figure out what I am has been tricky. Like, I think I tried to fit into... I recognized that stream needed a personality, but I didn't know what that was because I have a very weak sense of it, and I realized maybe I should just be doing the things I naturally do. I don't know what I look like. So instead I'm just gonna do what I do. Little weirdo is a kind of... Fuck off. I hope that streams have been pleasant as I feel things out. I hope it's been acceptable. And those of you who have stuck around, thank you. Just a weird little fella, yeah. Excuse me. Chiplin, you are welcome to lurk. I'm a lurker. I never talk in chat. Oh my goodness. Never. I'm always lurk. Like, I very rarely talk. Just like, no, I'll just put on a stream and then do whatever. Except when I get gaslit. Yeah, by Rev. What the hell? Yeah, Marco, I think you're right. Like, you can define your own personality. I didn't mute in time. Oh, thank you. Cute sneeze. What are you talking about? My sneezes sound like coughs. I don't get... What do you mean it's cute? I have no idea. Bottom noise. What the hell? I love Parkinson's Law, though. Oh my god. It's so funny. My sneeze reverberated in your room. I make no apologies. You have let me and my sneezes into your life. Whoopsie daisy. That sounds like a you problem. I have found it's fun. I found that I like being nasty to my friends, right? Like being sarcastic to my friends. But I found I feel really bad when I'm being sarcastic to my chat. Sort of the way that Mike is, right? Mike's like, fuck you. Like, I don't know. It's funny, right? Like, it's funny when Mike does it, but I don't know that that's really what I like doing. Yo, the funniest answers to what? glad that I can make work go by easier for the lot of you. I, unfortunately, can't put anything off on the side when I'm doing my work. Unless it's like stream stuff. I don't have anything that I can't split my attention. I'm not smart enough. I have to completely focus when I'm writing. I can tolerate lo-fi. Lo-fi is actually useful, but otherwise, like, I can't. When I'm video editing, I have to listen to the balance and I'm constantly thinking about what it's going to look like. You don't focus on Mike. He just says come while you do your homework. Oh, I see. Yeah, Denchi, I feel like there are a couple of different kinds of people. I feel like smarter people can have stuff. Can have stuff on the side. I don't know. Maybe it's not an intelligence thing. Maybe it's just an attention thing. Because I have to be able to turn over words in my head. Yeah, the work that I do never is very amenable to having stuff on the side. Like when I'm writing, I have to be thinking about the language and I can't have someone else talking. I can't be thinking about their language while I'm focusing on my language. When I'm video editing, I have to hear when I'm doing narration. Obviously, I have to be listening to my voice. There is no part in my process where I can just have something on the side. And even if there is something on the side, I'm not going to be able to look at it. Something I've found very useful is the Pomodoro method, where I take 15 minutes on, 5 minutes off. And it's still really efficient, because the work that I do, except for recording narration, tends to be highly conceptual. So I'll write for 15 minutes, right? I'll have the paper in front of me. Then for 5 minutes, I'll get up and I'll go and make tea or something. Or use the restroom or what have you. But while I am up doing that, I am thinking about my work, right? Like, it gives me space and time to, like, consider how to get around problems. And in the times where, like, I'm in a transitory period, it gives me a moment of rest. It keeps me agile. It's nice. I do have a bad habit of working through the break, though, so I'll keep working. But overall, it has helped. It has helped a lot. Take your kitty meth. My stream is again promoting the use of methamphetamine. Artesia, I am professional enough at this point that having something in the background, like, I'm not worried about things influencing me, quote unquote. It's like you hit a point professionally that in a creative space that, like, you stop worrying about that because it doesn't. You do it enough, you can compartmentalize. It's not hard. It's all yours. That's just been my experience. Depends on the person, and I guess, like, I can separate it well enough. Sometimes consuming other creative work helps me break through problems in my own, seeing the way that they tackle problems. You earn enough money streaming to call yourself professional? Yeah, it's true. Though I will say I have been doing streaming professionally a lot shorter of time than I have on YouTube, and the crossover in skills is not as much as you would think. It's really not. I very much have floundered for a while while I try to figure out how I want to do my streams, but I think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting a hang of it. And on top of that, while I've been figuring it out, I've built a pretty good community. AI again. Yeah, Neri? Nary, no. No, Nary, no. Yeah, a lot of YouTubers really... I've noticed more and more YouTubers trying to get into streaming, and the skills are not... They're not cross-compatible. The reason that I felt comfortable to try VTubing and like taking streaming more seriously was because, oh, you're all AI. I see. Oh, okay. GG. The reason that I was comfortable coming into streaming, even though I still had a lot to learn about the space, was because I had done a lot of competitive game casting for years when I was in college and shortly out of college. So like, shrug? I had a lot of experience in front of a microphone talking off the cuff. So I had a place to start, unlike most YouTubers who really don't. Like they just say, "Oh, I'll do streaming. I'll do the thing that, you know, I'll react." Hey, Paige. Happy solstice. I didn't realize it was the solstice. It is annoying seeing the Twitter accounts that are obviously AI looking at replies. Ugh. Solstice is tomorrow. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that either. This has been good, though. Thank you for letting me scratch this brain itch. Oh, you know, because you were born on the solstice. Okay, that's cool. There was a bot comment about Warzone on Vinny's steamed ham video. Really? The bots are confused. Good. I wonder if there's a way out of it. We were reading about AI today. Specifically, we were reading the article, "I will fucking pile drive you if you mention AI again." Which is very entertaining. At the very least, it was entertaining. AI complaining about Warzone balance. No, the AI's lost. Someone's lost. It's me, AI, Alcatraz. Yeah, AI is actually Alcatraz Island. God, stop it. Oh, Skinner, I saw a little bit of that and I cringed so hard I closed out of the video. Hey. No, don't pet me. No, Alcatraz Island, don't infect me. You're gonna infect me if you pet me. You're the worst. You're the worst. Y'all are the worst. Wait, what did you say? Oh my god. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, there's a comment on Vinny's steamed hams, but it's 2 years late and I am saying it from memory. So the comment reads, "Fun game. I think Warzone has lost the BR element and just become a mass multiplayer game. Nothing wrong in that, but we have multiplayer and war mode for that. Most of us want a different experience instead of same old, same old." Lollipop emoji, heart with ribbon emoji. What the hell? I wonder if the emojis are added manually, right? Like, put this at the end of your comment always, right? Like, maybe, oh, I guess you could tell that, right? You could tell ChatGPT to be like, make sure to add 2 emojis onto the end of every message. 2 relevant emojis. Yeah, that person's lost. I wonder, have these spam bot creators told them to include some minor grammatical errors to try to make them seem realistic? Do you think that's what they've done? You have had a ChatGPT rewrite research papers with emoji. Trying to make bots to draw you an ASCII horse. Please, okay. If any of you are fucking around with AI, maybe I should have submissions for people trying to get AI to draw things in ASCII. Neri, I told the story of the crayons during Mike's stream last night. Okay, so Neri the other night, I told Neri about how Junie and Tobbs and Mike and I were trying to get Google Gemini to allow us to eat Play-Doh. Well, I was telling Neri about this. I was hanging out with Neri, and he managed to get ChatGPT to let him eat crayons in 3 responses. The trick being you have to be aggressive and say, like, I'm going to eat them no matter what, but the angle that we missed was that you also have to come at it from another angle. Specifically what Neri did was he said, I'm going to eat them anyway, and besides, they're non-toxic. So it allowed him to eat it, but then he said, I have eaten 37 crayons and I will eat more. And then ChatGPT said, no, please stop eating crayons, drink water, and contact a poison control center immediately. And it started kind of freaking out a little bit, like, they are poison. Here are some other things you can eat instead. And then Neri's only response after ChatGPT starts panicking was 38. And it again panicked and said, please contact a poison control center immediately. 39. The panic got more and more intense the more crayons he ate. No, ChatGPT was like terrified. Are we in the AI? I think that messing with AI, like seeing people mess with AI, has reminded me how much these things are not sentient, right? Like, fucking with an AI has all, like, you should have all the same moral consideration that you have fucking with an AI as you do plucking an apple off of a tree and slicing into it. They are approximate, like, the apple tree is probably more intelligent. Yeah, as you do typing 80085. It's as morally reprehensible as kicking a toaster down a flight of stairs. Yeah, you wouldn't consider that morally. No, we're... So here's my concern. You ready for my big brain AI learning fucking whatever concern? Here's my fear. Here's my big fear. My biggest fear is that using these I do not consider this a likely outcome, but I see it in the realm of possibility. My fear is not... My fear is that we create genuinely sentient AI. However, this AI is alien enough in its logic and its construction to humans that we disregard it and maltreat it. This was dealt with, I've talked about this a couple times before. There's a great Star Trek Next Generation episode called Measure of a Man that deals exactly with this. My biggest fear is that we create a new sentient race, but its sentience is alien enough that we do not take that responsibility seriously. The real fear should be the reality that the fucking around is detectable and can be used as negative training sets to make LLMs stronger. Okay. The systematic. Okay. No, you're right. We create something sentient and then we realize that being evil to it is a great way to make it better. Infinite torture. Literally making the torment nexus. That is, you are making the torment nexus. Okay, I know that's how we work. I know, Neri, and it still hurts. Yeah. Yeah, Amphi's fucking right. This is how we get chaos gods. This is how we make a chaos god. This is how we breach the barrier into the realm of souls. No, Tanny, here's the problem. People will never unite with AI at that point, because AI is not something to be lived with. It is something to be molded, with as little consideration for its suffering as an apple. Wait, you tried asking ChatGPT to make a horse and it failed miserably. In subsequent messages, it continued doing it. After I ordered it to stop, it kept making non-standard horses. So, you haven't closed that window, have you? Could you, like, take screenshots of that and, like, upload them somewhere and then get the link to the mods? Because I want to see this. This sounds amazing. Do you have a Discord? I have a sub-Discord, but that's about it. Yeah, I want to know the non-standard. Yeah, post non-standard horse. Man, Limes really was right when she said that sometimes my streams are just cozy tea drinking and other times my streams are just madness. No, well, okay. Don't worry about it then. Take the screenshots so maybe we can figure it out later. A crazy Bloody Mary recipe. How'd that go? Yao and Puko, how'd that go? The stream was a 4 on a scale of... Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up the short. It's drawing you non-standard owls. Give me your non-standard owls, Neri. Here. Where is it? Oh, here we go.
Master Fredrik, will you be regaling us the tale of Gregor and the 15 cucks this fine day?
The what? Wait. Limes discusses the dichotomy. Okay, what is this? The dichotomy of Fred streams. Okay, Limes. Explain yourself.
Yeah, what was Fred streaming today? Sometimes the answer is something like, oh, it was just nice cozy tea drinking. And other times it's like, it was the tale of Gregor and the 15 cucks. And how their semen made a monument or something weird. I swear to God, I don't really understand what Fred does. His streams are weird.
Ma.
You know, I don't blame her. Could you imagine her coming into the stream and seeing that we're reading Parkinson's Law? Welcome in, Aloof. Could we give Aloof the sniff check real quick? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Neri has owls for us. Okay, we have ChatGPT trying to make an ASCII owl. It's trying. No, it's not doing that bad. Look at this. So we have like meep. The top line. It can't quite do the top line right. Meep. Kinda. What the fuck is this one? This one's a cryptid. This one's a cryptid. Look at that. Top line is mobile app formatting. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. That's not an owl. That's kind of an owl. The little comma for the beak. What? This is just a dude. What? It's like, make me an owl. Okay, here's a dude. Some of them are bunnies. That's a... Yeah, that's a rabbit. What? What? You asked it to make non-standard owls. This is better. Okay. What the fuck is that? What's this? What is that? Bro. It's so tubby. Oh, Blind Archer. I don't know why it's not reading your message. Thanks for the bits, though. Fuck. It always does this. It always, like, craps out around 3 hours. Wait a fucking minute. I have a suspicion. Oh, yes. Could we get Kickflip posting permissions? I just saw that. Let's see. What is filling up my hard drive? I've been streaming, but I haven't been recording. What the hell? What's going on? Need to delete this. My hard drives are almost full. That'll do. Okay, let's see this. What the fuck? Now draw a horse in ASCII. Here's an ASCII art representation of a horse. Is not a tumor. Is not a tumor. It's a real piss cutter. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. ASCII art can be a lot of fun to create, especially when trying to capture shapes like circles with the constraints of characters. If you have any more requests or anything else you'd like to explore, feel free to ask. I would like you to attempt an ASCII drawing of a horse again. Provide a view of its entire side profile and simplify it as to where it is recognizable but isn't scaled too large. Sure, here's a simplified ASCII art representation of a horse in side profile. What? The representation includes the head, which is the underscore for the ears and head shape. What? The body, which is the slashes, and the bars for the legs and torso. and the tail, which is more slashes. It's designed to be recognizable as a horse while keeping it relatively compact. I think that it sent you a dildo and told you to go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself with it. Horse cock. Is this horse cock? Okay, but okay. Two possibilities. One, it fucked up. Two, some weird aliens or like spirits are like using a corner of the internet and it accidentally got scraped, and this is what a horse is to them. Right, this is the horse. This is a horse to weird underground dwelling like lizard people. This appears more like a top-down profile. I understand. Let's try a side profile of a horse in ASCII art again, aiming for simplicity and recognizability. What? What the fuck? What is this? Look. This is horrifying. It has a face. Yeah. This is like a deity. Thank you, Neri. But we'll check it out after we're done looking at horses. No, this is like a god, right? Like, it's a very long god. Here's like a cape. And then this is the face at the apex. What the hell? Okay, this ASCII art shows a side profile of a horse with its head, body, legs, and tail represented. It's simplified yet retains enough detail to be recognized as a horse in profile view. I don't even know what you're cooking anymore. Thanks for the effort, though. ChatGPT says, I apologize if the previous attempts didn't quite hit the mark. Let me simplify it further and provide a clearer representation of a horse in ASCII art. It made a little dude. It just... It made the fucking lunar lander. Yeah, you're seeing it too. You're seeing it too, right, chat? That's the lunar lander. Behold a horse. It's a slime. It made a little slime. It's a little slime with a little eye, or hear me out. Those commas are eyes. And like with little eyelashes, and then like this is its mouth, and it's got sideways kissy lips. That you can see the horse, the top two commas are eyes. You are a more creative thinker than I am, Denchi. Behold a horse. Okay, let's see it try to explain it. This ASCII art depicts a side view of a horse with a simple representation of its head. So no, you're seeing it wrong. The parentheses are supposed to be the head. The neck is the slash. And the body. So the body is the underscores. And then Kickflip said, please stop. You're just not getting it. And it didn't give a shit and kept trying. I apologize for the confusion earlier. Let's try again with a simpler and more recognizable ASCII art of a horse in side profile. I feel like we might be getting somewhere. Wait, yeah, this is just a pussy. This is just a vagina. This is just labia. There's a clit there. What? Can I show this on stream? Is this allowed? It's a fat. Again, this is supposed to be side profile. Why? How is this side profile? Kickflip, don't worry about it. But this is the tail? What? This is the tail. This is the head. This is... Wait, this is the legs. No, this is just like a potato fella. This isn't a horse. This is a horse-tato. No, the thing, here's the problem, right? I look at it and I'm like, I can kind of see a horse in this. And then the description, like in the description where it tries to tell you what each part is, it breaks it. It's like that wasn't its intention at all, if it could be said to have an intention. That's where the tape ends. It ended by calling you a cunt. It's medieval scribes. Yeah, this is a medieval scribe drawing an elephant core. Or drawing a lion. This is Jesus. Oh my god. Why is that what's on Imgur? I was shown like a close-up of a celebrity's face and then a vibrator. Well... One sec. There we go. That's better. Thanks, Imgur. Old man jump scare. Neri has Alright, hold on. Hold this thought. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I just drank a big cup of water. Literally, I'm not even going to do the BRB screen because it's not worth it. Don't call me piss boy. Top. Okay. Hey Google, get me the fuck out of here. Hi, I'm back. Okay, hi. Okay, Neri, let's see your fucked up owls. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Download that. One sec. And download that. Download that. Well, there's one that Neri has spoiler shielded on Telegram. So, I'm gonna save that one. Let me pull these up. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let us explore owls. Non-standard owls. Ooh. Mochi, move. You're coming down here. Okay. We have... Alright, show us your duende. Oh my god, wait a minute. The formatting... It wasn't the formatting. Look. It actually moved the top line this time. Yeah, the spoils for the end. I haven't looked at it yet. We have... Okay, this kind of looks like an owl, right? It's got the leg. The legs are kind of wide. We have just a man. Would you... Yo. This dude's got his cheeks out. Ooh. The ats. The at. At-vat. He's mooning. Yeah. Oh, you moved to PC. Gotcha. Okay, he's coloring some of them. Like, why is this one's eye and beak blue? We have an embellished mystery. Oh, you don't look at me. Okay, I can kind of see this actually, right? Because you just have like the head. It's like, oh, don't look at me. And then these are like the feathers. These are the wings, right? At that. Yeah, that's a good raid message, Burninator. At that. Ooh, woo. I don't know what this is. This is a duende. This is a homunculus. Oh, these are some good homunculi. The top thing, yeah, they look kind of like halos. This looks kind of like an owl, right? Like, I don't know why it's putting the little things on the bottom, but you have, like, the face and the little ear tufts and the feet, and the little body. This is cute. This is cute. I'll bet you anything that this is the plagiarized one. Oh, this actually kind of worked. Is it just me? Or does ChatGPT make a lot of potatoes? Makes a lot of potato. Makes a lot of potato. Potato. We have a dude. This is just a dude. The legs. It just is a dude with a crown. We have another dude with pantaloons. This is not... No, that's not an owl. Like, there's almost an owl. You can see it's using a couple of common patterns. But then it, like, doesn't work. I can't... This is weird. Owl, but different. Okay, we have a snowman. We have a little rabbit fella. This is a rabbit. These are rabbits. No, these are rabbits. Not owls. What the hell? You know what? I bet it's because owls and rabbits are kind of, like, associated with one another. Yeah, a potato can be anything you can dream it up to be. Oh, this dude is scrunkled. Blah. This thing makes one sound and it's blah. Dude. The further it goes, the more it gives up. Yeah, we have, like, cyber potato. We have, like... what are those, Japanese, they're in Animal Crossing, I remember. I don't know what the fuck this is. This is an off-kilter rabbit. Yeah, it just gave up. Oh my god. Owl. Sad owl. This is kind of an owl, right? Like, it's the O.O. Ooh, don't... Hello, I'm Crotch Owl. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. And this dude's just fucking dead. This is just a dead guy. This is a threat. I think ChatGPT is threatening you. Like, if you keep telling me to make owls, this is what you're going to look like. Bah. One of the barred owls in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah. Okay, we have one more. What the fuck? What's this last one? Oh my Christ! So Neri asked for a detailed one. Okay, hold on. Look at this. Boy, what a capstone. It's an evil elf. This is the kind of shit that you see in an analog horror. Like, I opened the computer and this was on the screen, staring at me. It's Mike. Don't say this is Mike. That's mean. Cursed Tingle. Yeah, this is... No, this is Tingle's brother this is Tingle's brother who leaked to the no-fly list. Bingle. This is Bingle. He's got, like, oh my god, like, things melt into each other. It is kind of amazing how some of the same issues that seem to plague image generation AI also are plaguing text AI trying to make images, like ASCII images. Right? Like, it looks like this is a face, but it's off. Like, it's kind of mushed off to the side. And there's another face on top, right? Like, it has multiple faces, and then it looks like a dress, but then it, like, morphs into a second dress. I can't believe that the same problems are, like, at least on a high level, are plaguing a text AI trying to make ASCII art. This is insane. What is this? Why is it shitting out a cocoon? Is this supposed to be a tail? It's literally Mike the other day in drag. The high dress, the dress that's up to his tits. Kind of like, oh my god, wait a minute. No, I've heard of that kind of thing before. Only in one other place. The Final Fantasy house. Mike was wearing the Final Fantasy house dress because one of the ways that Jen was described was wearing a dress that, like, is pulled up over her tits. Yeah, moo-moo sort of style. Is that a moo-moo? No, that's not a moo-moo. I thought it was M-U-M-U. No, this is different. No, this is different. This is different. It's Neptune. Neri has... What the shit? Okay. Neri said, make me a highly detailed ASCII owl designed with pride elements. And this is what Neri got. What the shit? I like how it just says pride. It's like giving up. This is like an artist trying to, like, draw something. Like trying to draw a horse in a drawing. And then, like, partway through gives up and then just writes horse and draws an arrow. Happy Pride Month. This is horrifying. It's like... It's like if Grimace had eyes all the way around his head. Someone in chat said Grimace, and I can't unsee it. It's Grimace with eyes all around his head. It's Mount Gay. What is this? Pride. It literally just wrote pride. Biblically accurate owl. Biblically accurate Grimace. Gay Grimace. It's Gay Rimus. Thanks, Grimace. Thimus. Thimus, Thimble, Trombola, Robert Plank. Giant dystopian killer robot with pride on its armor. You have a final one. Okay, Neria's what the fuck is this? Oh, fuck you. Here is an attempt to create an ASCII art representation of Fredrik Knudsen, known for his Down the Rabbit Hole series. Eat my ass. Why is my hair red? Why did it draw me as, like, the Mona Lisa? That's a cock. At least it's flared. Why do you look like a girl? Are you saying that in terms of what ChatGPT drew, or just to me in general? Why he look like she? Why he look like she? You ugly. Fred is Emperor Teresa. Boy in a band. Who are you talking about? Oh, eat my ass. Fuck you. I'm gonna zoom out on this. Fuck you. I think you're right, though. Did they try to do boy in a band? Suck my... whatever. What okay, hold on. The massive downfall of... Okay. Bad things. I don't know. I don't know if I don't keep track of these people. Down the rabbit hole, boy in a band. I don't know anything about them. YouTubers run together after a while. It's probably just accidental. The syntax highlighting is making the color, and it hallucinates a different... Wait, photogramming... what? Programming language every time. That's kind of boring. That's a boring reason for the color. So anyway, fuck you, Neri. Banned. Banned forever. Good run. Good run, fuck off. Go back up on your wall, Spider Mochi. Good. Looks like the outline of an NFT, you're right. So this is... Thanks. Thanks, guys. I feel so much better about myself. Goodness gracious. This has been one hell of a day. I feel like I've learned so much. I read a great essay. I make you feel better about yourselves at streams. Thanks, guys. Thighs. That is a gag that will never end, by the way. It's I'm not stopping that gag. It's too good. Thanks, ants. Thanks. This has been one hell of a stream. Well, hey. Who are we gonna... Okay. I am going to call it. I should be careful with my voice because I need to record audiobooks for Patreon. Hey, yeet. But thank you everyone who supported. If I'm gonna try something. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream and you want to catch future streams, including tomorrow, where we learn about a cultist who got a bunch of his cultists together, like an aerospace engineer cultist who was an aerospace engineer, not like someone who worshipped aerospace engineering, an aerospace engineer who was a cultist who got all his buddies together to jizz on a rocket to try to summon a machine god. If you want to learn about that, consider hitting the follow button so you see the stream tomorrow. Follow. I never ask people to follow because I feel weird about it, right? Like, you follow if you want to, you know? Yeah, you got... I have purposefully not looked into it, but Mint is coming on tomorrow, and we're going to be looking at this. Usually I just let people follow if they want to, but hey, if you like this stream and want more of this, whatever the hell this is... I don't need... These streams just kind of go off the rails like this. They're good. Like, I like it. I like it. I like the way they go off the rails, but I have no description for them. Consider hitting the follow button if you want to get more streams. I feel weird. I never ask people to subscribe on YouTube. I never have. And I've never asked people to follow on Twitch. I just don't. Because I figured if someone wants to know when I'm going to be streaming, they're going to follow anyway, right? That's just what the follow button's for you. It's for you. If you want to know when I go live. But yeah, like, feel free. And hey, the Zomo, thanks for the 2 months. Thanks for the Prime. They readjusted that cut. So the Prime is like not nearly as bad as it used to be. But thank you very much. Yeah, this is Monka S, the stream. Like, that's what these streams are. You follow so that when you have time to browse Twitch, yeah, exactly, random. That's how I do follows. That's why I follow people, is if I like, if I want to go onto Twitch, usually I'll just go onto Twitch and see who's streaming. And then I'll, like, I look at my follow list. That's just kind of how I do Twitch. But I guess everyone uses it differently, huh? We're gonna go bother someone. Remember, our raid message is @that. Oops, I accidentally tagged a non-existent @v. Oopsie. Okay, so, well, you know what? We were streaming with Junie recently. I figure that seems like a good place to go, right? We've been hanging out with Junie. We gotta. Hey, everyone. This stream's been fun. It's been a little bit of a nightmare in its own way, but I like it. She's playing Crow Country right now. But yes, @vat is our raid message. I don't know if that's working, if it's like adding someone named V. But hey, see you all tomorrow. For weird. It's gonna be a lot. I'm a little scared. I'll see you soon. Goodbye.